Y'all got quiet exactly at 1 o'clock. I'm so impressed with you all. Welcome. You are at the regular Citrus County Board of Commissioners meeting, and we will start off with the invocation, which we're honored to have Pastor Tom Reeves from Bible Baptist Church here, and we will follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance by County Attorney and Air Force veteran Denise Lynn. Welcome, Pastor. If you can, all rise, please.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and the privilege of living in a nation where we can freely gather and participate in our local government. Your word tells us that if anyone lacks wisdom, they should ask of you. So today we ask for wisdom for our county commissioners, our county staff, and every person participating in this meeting. Guide their conversations, their decisions, and their actions. Help them to lead with honesty, fairness, and a sincere desire to serve the people of Citrus County. We pray for protection over our community, our families, our churches, our schools, and our local businesses. May everything said and done here today bring about positive outcomes for the people we serve. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, would you like to do the roll call?
Yes, ma'am. This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 11th day of June 2026. In attendance are Chair Diana Finnegan, First Vice Chair Janet Barrick, Second Vice Chair Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lynn.
Thank you. And now we'll move to the approval of the agenda. Mr. Howard?
We just have a few items. We're going to pull item E1C. The final agreement has not been received. We'll bring that at back to a later date to the board for approval. G1 legislative update and PowerPoint presentation has been added, as well as C6, the Lifestream Behavioral Center FY24-25 annual report. That PowerPoint presentation has been added. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the agenda with the pulling of E1C, the additional information for E9, and G1. I don't really like adding G1 because it's not an emergency, but at this point, we might as well add G1.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Barrick.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have a proclamation, youth sports recognition of girls soccer.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept B1.
Second.
Approve it.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So would the soccer team come forward?
Whereas the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners proudly recognizes the accomplishments of the Nature Coast Soccer Club U9 and U10 girls teams for their excellence, dedication, sportsmanship, and the positive example they set as young female athletes and emerging leaders in their community. And whereas during the 25-26 Florida Club League season, both teams competed against strong clubs from across Central Florida and earned first place in their divisions. And whereas the U9 team also captured the championship title at the Central Florida Invitational in Lakeland, and the U10 team champions at the Upper 90 preseason shootout in St. Petersburg. And whereas participation in youth sports helps develop confidence, leadership skills, resilience, and teamwork, and these girls have demonstrated those qualities both on and off the field. And whereas these young athletes have represented Citrus County with integrity, teamwork, and determination, bringing pride to their community through their achievements. And whereas their success reflects the hard work of the players, club, coaches, families, and supporters who contribute to the growth of youth sports. in Citrus County and help create opportunities for children to excel in athletics and leadership roles. Now, therefore, be it recognized that the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners hereby honors and congratulates the Nature Coast Soccer Club girls U9 and U10 teams for their outstanding achievements during the 25-26 season and commends them for bringing pride and distinction to Citrus County. The board further extends its sincere appreciation and best wishes to these athletes as they continue to pursue excellence in their academics, athletics, leadership, and service to their community. Executed this 11th day of June, 2026.
Yeah, we just want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for having us here. We're really excited for these girls' accomplishments. They worked hard all season. More so, we're excited for how they're developing as little young women, though, and leaders in our community. They're the best sports you could have. They're always helping one another and reaching out to other people. So we're more proud of that than anything. So keep it up the good work. Thank you. Thank you. All right, girls, this way.
Trying to see when our time certain is. I think it's at 1:15. Is that right? Okay, we will do our consent agenda.
Madam Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda in full.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We have a few minutes for open to the public. And so what will happen is we'll do open to the public, but we have a 1:15, so I'll have to stop it if there's more of you, and then you can continue. You will have 3 minutes at the podium unless you have a letter on file with the clerk. So if you are requesting 5 minutes, let me know. I will look at the clerk and she will say, yes, you have a letter, or no, her word is final. Either way, you would have 3 minutes. You have numbers 1 through however many want to speak. Are you number 1, Bob?
Well, I hate to say I'm number 1, but yes, I am first.
You're number 1. And that's
wanna
okay. I
let you-
found out today Commissioner Barrett calls you Scuba Bob, so.
Scuba Bob? Who did that? No, it's very easy to remember. It's just supervisory control and data acquisition. It's very easy.
That is, thank you, that is easy.
And I want to let you know that Commissioner Kennard is responsible for getting me into this. So let's just go on record. I gave you all a handout, and you also got this by email. And over the past almost 2 months now, I've tried to boil down exactly the main issues with the deep well injection at the heart of Florida, which sits, by the way, on the heart of the entire Florida aquifer. It's kind of ironic you use the same word, heart. But I've whittled it down to 5 main issues, and that's on your first page. And I want to go through briefly all 5 issues. I'm not going to go through all of this, but the most important thing is that, first of all, they're classifying leachate as non-hazardous. And they're also saying they're going to treat it. Well, the treatment is basically air stripping, which is about 5% effective. However, the reason they're classifying it as non-hazardous is because they're only testing for non-organic chemicals like chloride, nitrogen, sodium, potassium, etc. They're not testing for organic chemicals, which are your VOCs, and those are the ones that are carcinogenic, that are extremely dangerous, and that's the hazardous one. But they're saying they're not testing for it, therefore it's not hazardous. That's number 1. Number 2, They say they test for breakthroughs. Well, they're only testing at the well site, totally unaccounting for a horizontal breakthrough, which could be kilometers or miles away. You can test the pressure loss at the wellhead, but it's totally ineffective to test for any breakthroughs at a distance. And this is very well documented. It's impossible to test for breakthroughs if it's any distance. And that's where most of the breakthroughs occur. Number 3, Florida statute requires if there's any danger to the environment, it must be with reasonable assurance that it will not break through for 10,000 years. That's a Florida statute, 10,000 years. That's pretty stringent. But it's impossible to monitor it. So how could you possibly say, because I don't know if it breaks through if you can't monitor, especially your lateral horizontal breakthroughs. It's impossible to say, to prove that it doesn't break through in 10,000 years. Number 4, and I'm going to call it the leachate train, should be totally disallowed. And the reason I say that is kind of akin to what a lady who really saved the water in Citrus County, Nancy Argenziano. Nancy came up and she was able to get some legislation in Florida, which I'm time's up.
Finish your thought, please. You can finish your thought.
Thank you. Nancy was able to save the water in Florida because it came down to each county was responsible for their own water resources. As a result, Hillsborough County had to build a saltwater reverse osmosis plant in the Barge Canal and other resources. Polk County now ran out of the water in their upper aquifer. Now they're taking water from the lower aquifer because of the same law. Why am I saying this? Because I believe that we should have a similar law that counties are responsible for their own waste and that should not be exported into the heart of Florida.
Thank you, Bob.
One last thing I want to say. I'm going to make a proposal that this has taken off with a lot of different counties, Sumter County and Lake County. I'm proposing that Citrus County form a consortium, a tri-county consortium to help move forward as a united front, all 3 counties.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
do have a water board that 2 of us sit on that is multi-county, but I wanted to ask, and maybe Commissioner Kennard, you know, not to put you on the spot, but where is this? I know we sent a letter, other counties sent a letter. Do we know where this is sitting right now?
Right now, they're still in the process of constructing their test well. And once they go through that, they'll go through a series of tests. And then the next step at that point, I believe DEP will have a public hearing on it. And then ultimately that will lead to DEP permitting this injection well for them to begin injecting this toxic leachate, roughly 1 million gallons a month down into the earth, down below the upper and lower aquifer. Our county, I believe the Hernando County Commission, I believe as well, has taken a position against it. Representative Groh has, I believe Representative Samantha Scott has also contacted DEP. Representative Holcomb has also written a letter to DEP. So all of the local governing bodies, all the local officials have gotten on board with opposing this, but DEP is still proceeding with the process. And you know, all we can do is getting people like this. I was going to ask you to clarify that it was a good thing that Commissioner Kennard got you involved in this.
Yes, it was.
For those that are just hearing this for the
You
first
really
time.
did me a big favor, Jeff.
This is all Commissioner Kennard's fault.
Yeah. But anyway.
Mr. Howard, I would like whichever staff, which I think I know who you'll ask, to find out, unless Commissioner Kennard knows, when that DEP meeting is.
Yeah, I could have Alex look into that.
And I know that we send a letter, but I may want to go to that meeting.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
I think we should do more if we can. Yes, ma'am.
Both Commissioner Bays and I have long been very active in Florida Association of Counties. She sits on one board, I sit on the other. We both sit on the, what is it officially called? Commissioner Bays, the water, what is it? It's been a while since we had legislative days, but there is one for water quality, environment, et cetera. There is a whole committee that we do basically what Alex Alt does is, as a association, we put together our legislative priorities to push in the next legislative session. So I would suggest that, and I'm happy to take point on this, to put together whatever we need to, Bob, to put forward, and then this board would vote on it, that this is what we'll put forward to FAC to try to get something changed up there.
Okay, well, thank you. That was insightful. If you still want to speak open to the public, that's fine. We just have to take a break. We have a 1:15 from our lobbyist, Sarah Susky. Are you ready to present? Okay. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for the work that you did for us in Tallahassee this year.
Good morning, Commissioner, or good afternoon, Commissioners. Alexander Alt, Intergovernmental Affairs Liaison and Administrative Development Review Expediter. I'm not Sarah Susky. I just wanted to briefly introduce her. She had wanted to come earlier. I know you sat through a lot of my legislative updates throughout the legislative session, and she had wanted to come earlier to give a full update on everything that she's been advocating for Citrus County up in Tallahassee. But as you can imagine, with all the special sessions taking place, she's been very busy working very hard to advocate for the priorities of Citrus County. And she wanted to make sure she gave a quick update to all of you to answer any questions you have and kind of give you a lay of the land on what's going on up there. So without further ado, Sarah Susky with Advocacy Partners.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. It is really an honor for me to get to represent Citrus County and my entire firm. We love this community, and it's amazing to work alongside your talented staff, and especially with the incredible delegation that you have in Tallahassee. I was talking earlier today about how well-respected Senator Masulo and Representative Grow are in Tallahassee, even though they're young in their position within their respective chambers. Both of them are looked to for wisdom. They have a lot of life experience, and they are tenacious on behalf of this community, and you guys we're all very fortunate to have them serving in Tallahassee. So the legislative session, man, it seems like it ended forever ago. It was March 13th, and a lot has happened since then. But this session kind of, rather than going out with a bang, kind of ended with a whimper once again this year. And for the second year in a row, the regular session ended without a budget. So despite Republican supermajorities in both chambers, and control of every statewide office in the state, there were disagreements over priorities, policy direction, and it created a lot of friction in Tallahassee once again this year, as you guys are aware. Anyway, it was interesting, but it kind of felt a little bit more like a family Thanksgiving dinner, with a few arguments in between people who normally would be on the same side of the table. But this year, there were 1,896 bills filed. Of those, 237 of them ultimately passed. And as of today, Governor DeSantis has approved 158 of those, and there are a few dozen that remain for him to sign. He has not vetoed anything so far. So some of the more notable things that passed this year were a data center bill. I think you guys are very well aware of that legislation, but it allows local governments to have meaningful control over where those are placed within their communities. The legislature decided for the first time in over a decade to raise the caps on sovereign immunity. They also gave additional authority regarding municipal utility service extensions, an agriculture package, and legislation requiring voter citizenship verification, and a very broad school safety package. But as often is the case in Tallahassee, sometimes it's more important what didn't pass than what actually passed. And so this year, a couple of things that did not pass include Senate President Albritton's Rural Renaissance package. Despite significant support from a lot of communities around the state, the governor's AI, artificial intelligence Bill of Rights did not pass this year, and the House also had a very sweeping healthcare package that ultimately did not pass. They also did not pass a bill establishing term limits for county commissioners, taking away local government's ability to levy local business taxes, and many other things. And I think you guys have a report on everything that passed and did not pass during session. But a lot of those debates are still going to come back next year and in the future, so we will continue to keep an eye on all of that and advocate on behalf of the county. So speaking of, a lot of growth conversations that have been going on in Tallahassee, and I know here locally, Citrus County is one of the fastest growing communities in our state, and with that comes a lot of opportunities, but I know it brings a lot of challenges to you guys as well. And those issues continue to resonate in Tallahassee. I think a lot of the issues that we are dealing with here in this community, there are other communities who are as well. And so I think the things that are important to you guys are going to continue to be important in Tallahassee. So once the regular session concluded, legislators, decision makers, and staff turned their focus back to working on our state's budget. And once they got started talking about that, of course, we got pulled back into another special session. The governor called us into to talk about congressional redistricting, try and do the AI Bill of Rights, and then a medical freedom bill related to vaccine mandates. So at the end of that special session, the congressional redistricting was completed and is moving forward at this point, but the legislature declined to take up the AI Bill of Rights and the vaccine conversation. And so those things are kind of off the table at this point. So then we got back to the budget. And after weeks of negotiation, the legislature passed a $114 billion budget, which is $1 billion under last year's budget and $3 billion under the budget that Governor DeSantis proposed for the state. And that budget includes $14 billion in reserves for the state, a $150 million debt reduction, raises for correctional officers, state attorneys, public defenders, a number of others, significant investments in natural resources and environmental restoration, affordable housing funding, Visit Florida funding, cybersecurity grants for local governments, and a significant increase in education funding statewide. And most importantly, for Citrus County, your delegation was very successful in securing appropriations for 3 of the county's priorities. So $1.5 million for the Public Safety Training Center, $1 million for the Halls River Multi-Use Path, and $800,000 for the Chassawitzka campground repairs after the hurricane damage that facility sustained. So these are meaningful investments from the state, and I hope will continue to improve the quality of life for the citizens of this county. So the budget passed on May 29th and currently awaits final action by Governor DeSantis. He has line item veto authority to take out any items that reside within that budget that he does not agree with or does not think are in the best interest of the state. And you'll remember that our fiscal year begins July 1st, so it ends, the current one that we're in ends June 30th. We anticipate that the governor will act on the budget sometime in that final full week of June, and our firm remains in very steady communication with the governor's office, all of his staff who are working on budget projects. Alex pulled together a lot of information for us to share with them on all of these projects, and so we hope that they're in a good place, but we don't know just yet, but we will report to you as soon as we do. And all right, so then we thought we might be done for a little while, but as soon as we thought we were out, they pulled us back in, and we came back for a third special session, this time on property taxes. The Florida House had set up a select committee to receive testimony from people who concerned citizens and talk through kind of what some options might be on property tax relief for Floridians. And they came up with several proposals. The governor obviously had been very much in favor of providing some relief, and he, brought his own proposal to the legislature, and they ended up passing the governor's proposal with a few changes. So they removed the trust fund that would have been created for fiscally constrained counties, and also removed any change to the school-related ad valorem taxes. And if the bill that was passed by the legislature will go past the governor does not need to approve this. It'll go straight to the ballot, for lack of a better term for that. The Supreme Court of Florida will have a review period. They have a couple of criteria that they need to look at, and there may also be some legal challenges to that constitutional amendment. Yet to be seen what'll happen with that, but we think that if there are legal challenges, it will all move through the court system pretty quickly. But I know you guys are very well aware of what is contained within that constitutional amendment, and that you are going to have a presentation later today on what the real impacts to Citrus County will be. But in short, the proposal would increase the homestead exemption next year to $150,000 from the $50,000 that it's at right now. And then in 2028, that would increase to $250,000 per homesteaded home in Florida. Limits the increase in assessed value for non-homesteaded properties to 5%. And also restricts local governments' uses for ad valorem tax revenues. So a very significant change. I think there are a lot of folks, it's been about a week and a half since that bill passed, and a lot of folks are kind of sorting through everything that is contained within it, what the impacts are going to be to each local government, because it's going to be different everywhere in every different part of the state. And certainly the voters will have the opportunity to make the ultimate decision, but that amendment would have to pass by 60% of people voting in the election in November +1. So we know that they have significant implications for everybody, and especially for communities like Citrus County, where you guys are growing. You're trying to balance the priorities of the citizens who have elected you to public office, and provide services for folks that really need them. So happy to talk with you guys individually about all of this as it continues to progress, but I think we're all kind of in a wait and see mode right now to find out exactly what's going to happen and whether it does eventually make it to the ballot. So with all of that now behind us, hopefully behind us, Tallahassee is entering a bit of more of a quiet season where legislators are home in their communities, spending time with their families, attending local events, and getting to work campaigning for re-election if they are up for re-election this year. And after the November elections occur, we will have an entire new generation of leadership in Tallahassee. We will have a new governor, a new Speaker of the House, and a new Senate President. So things are likely going to change a little bit in Tallahassee. We'll have Senator Jim Boyd is slated to become the next Senate President. He is in the insurance industry, and he is from Bradenton, Florida, and has served in the House and now in the Senate for 6 years. And then Representative Sam Garrison is on tap to become our next Speaker of the House. He's an attorney from Clay County. And we will also have a new governor. Unclear yet who that will be, but needless to say, there will be new leadership in Florida and new priorities from each of these individuals, and probably a couple surprises still. It's hard not to be surprised in Tallahassee. So exactly what next year is going to look like is yet to be seen, but we can definitely say with confidence that there is never a dull moment in Tallahassee, and we'll never be accused of being boring. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you guys, and for the opportunity to represent this beautiful community in Tallahassee. It is truly a joy. It's just, I think you guys are doing wonderful things here, and it is amazing to see how these cities, this county has grown, has recovered from the storms that you guys have faced, from the economic challenges that you have faced, and I'm very proud to call this place my hometown and to get to work with all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Board, do you have any questions for Ms. Susky? Oh, sorry. Thank you for the presentation.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay, we will return to open to the public. Does anyone else would wish to address the board at this time? Do you have a green card? Yes, I do. Okay, come on up. You can give that to the clerk here. Everything good? Okay. Thank you and welcome.
Hello.
Hi, please state your name and where you're from.
Yeah, my name is Orlando Lopez. I'm from here, Hernando, 5371 North Highland Park Drive. I'm a licensed Florida real estate instructor. Me and my wife moved here 6 years ago. About a year ago, a cement plant began operating directly behind our home on the opposite side of the Withlacoochee State Trail. The industrial noise begins early every morning and continues throughout the day. This is a heavy industrial activity occurring immediately adjacent to the state recreational asset and established residential properties. I understand zoning, but zoning alone does not exempt an operation from meeting Florida statutory and local performance standards. Under Florida Statute 163.3194, all development must be consistent with the local comprehensive plan, not just zoning maps. And Citrus County's comprehensive plan contains explicit goals regarding protection of natural corridors, compatibility of adjacent uses, and preservation of the Withlacoochee State Trail. Even when a use is permitted by zoning, the county still has the legal obligation to evaluate compatibility. Noise impacts and environmental effects. Florida Statute 125.01 gives counties the responsibility to regulate industrial operations to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. Now, to date, we have seen no evidence of noise study, no compatibility analysis, no environmental review, and no public notice to adjacent homeowners. If those steps were bypassed, that is a procedural failure, not a zoning issue. There is also a measurable economic impact in real estate. Persistent industrial noise and incompatible adjacent uses are well-documented factors that depress residential property values. Now, regardless of how the state may adjust the future tax structures, declining values still harm homeowners and undermine long-term economic stability in the county. Now, we're not asking for anything unreasonable. We're asking that the council to direct staff to conduct a formal review of this operation.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Marion Schultz. I live at 5400 North Alabaster Drive in Hernando. I live adjacent to this concrete plant that we're talking about, but I'm also here to address businesses on Manco Drive. It's East Manco Drive. First and foremost, Preferred Material is a concrete plant that reopened approximately a year ago after it expanded its operation. There was no notice to residents in the area. We were not given a chance to air our concerns. It affects our neighbors and our neighborhoods. The noise that starts early in the morning and is very loud, the dust, which is hazardous and can cause severe respiratory risks, COPD, bronchitis, and other lung cancers. There are no barriers, there are no buffers. Water is running off into the trail, the horse trail, which is directly behind the concrete plant, and it is affecting or could be affecting our wells. Why was this plant reopened without any notification to our community? What are the water restrictions for this plant? Better yet, why was it zoned industrial so close to a residential properties and when there's an industrial park less than a mile away? Also, I would like to speak about the other businesses that are on Manco Drive, which include a dumpster repair business, which is extremely loud and banging at all hours of the morning, and does not have a permit. Why does this not have a permit, and why is this allowed? There's also a concrete plant, a septic plant that makes concrete septic, containers, I guess. All of these have no permits, no regulations, no monitoring. When my husband and I first moved here, we looked into these properties over there to purchase, and we were told that, oh, the restrictions are very strict over there. And now we have companies operating over there with no permitting, no oversight or anything. I would appreciate you looking into these and addressing these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Robert Schultz. I live at 5400 North Alabaster Drive in Hernando. My reason for being here today is this concrete plant. It's been operated for a year, and I've been on top of it from day one, recording the decibel limits, and it is unimaginable, the noise. The county has come out and looked at it, and they've acknowledged, the county in their report, that does open up at 4 o'clock, and their recording was at 92 decibels, okay? That is extremely, extremely loud. The county said that they can only monitor it for 10 minutes. Their monitoring period is 10 minutes. Well, we all know that the plant operates a lot longer than 10 minutes. So without a weighted study of weeks to know exactly what it produces at what time, it's not going to work. Me and approximately 20 of the neighbors went over there for a sound recording at 5:30 in the morning with the county. And basically, at 5:30 in the morning, when they seen us and 20 people, they basically shut the plant down, okay? So the readings then, when I spoke to them, I said, you were kind of wasting your time because they're not going to make any noise. They see a group of people here. They came out and said, that's it, basically shut the plant down, okay? So what I'm saying is they know what's going on. The plant knows what's going on. They know. I've spoken to them, and they'll say, oh, what, are we making too much noise? Well, obviously, yes, you are making too much noise. And besides the runoff of contaminated material that runs directly onto the horse trail, and that's a state horse trail, and I know people that use the horse trail and said, how can this be? I mean, it just seems like this, whatever they wanted to do, they have done. And that whole industrial area over on Manco, and I have talked to Mr. Howard already with this. This seems to be the forgotten part of, I'm sorry, I got more points, but I'll bring them up at the next one, I guess.
Okay, and please feel free to email us also.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Would anyone else like to speak at this time for open to the public? Hi there.
Good morning.
Good morning, or afternoon.
Yeah, that's true. Where did it go? Joe Papp. I live at 7775 West Laurelou Lane. Says Denellen, but it's Crystal River. So anyway, I didn't see it on the agenda about the data center. Are we okay with speaking about that?
Sure.
Okay, so I know that every one of you know the drawbacks that the data center would bring. And I was told, okay, so it's going to save water because it's going to be a closed loop system. And I used to be in water treatment. Now look at a closed loop system on the internet. They have more cooling towers because it's a closed loop system. Those cooling towers, they were talking about decibel levels. It's about the same when you get close to the data center, not to mention water and all that, but they still use the water. So the decibel level is going to be bad. The VOCs that are going to end up coming out of it are going to be bad. And so I just wanted to come up here and state for the record that Joe Papp is totally against this. The property values will plummet probably more than with the cement plant. And I just don't think it's fair. I think the resources that we have are limited. So I don't know what to say other than that. I don't know where we stand. Maybe you guys could explain that a little bit more, where it's, you know, where we are right now. If the data center's been, I think it's been postponed for a year. But after that, what happens? I'm not sure. And I couldn't read anything about it. But anyway, I just ask you guys to consider that zoning for that and not allowing it to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Open to the public? Last call. Okay, I'm going to close open to the public. Mr. Papp, since you asked, it's not on the schedule today. The moratorium is up to a year so that staff can work on new language for the land development code. That being said, there is an application for a Holder Industrial Park. Part of that application is to add some data center language into Holder Industrial Park Comprehensive Plan, and that still will be heard PDC in June, soon, next Thursday, and then to the board in July. And that's where we are. And I do want to say, I just heard from an expert about what you were saying about the closed loop system and explaining how it transfers heat somewhere else. So thank you for those comments. I've still been researching and talking myself. I think that some good language is coming forward. Board, would you like to address?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Since this is my district and I've spoken to Mr. Schultz, right? Yes. So I'm hearing the issues if there's 20 people and they get a heads up. I know that staff went out there. I missed the phone call, so I didn't go out there, but I am willing to go out early. Again, maybe a smaller one or two people with a meter is probably a better idea. But I will get with staff and make sure that Mr. Reese has all of your information so we can get back with you. Okay, thank you. All right. I just used your first name as last name. Sorry about that.
Anything else? Commissioners? Steve, it sounds like Commissioner Davis is taking care of her district, but because, I've gotten several emails, maybe I could get an update from staff about, the trips out there and, what we can and can't do at this point.
We'll give everybody we'll send a notice to all the boards. So y'all
Yeah,
have
I'm sure
update.
the other board members have gotten the emails too, so if we
We'll
could.
take care of it.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I want to extend all empathy for anyone that's getting caught in the crossfire of the ridiculous growth rate that we have recently experienced. And it is, this job is very challenging with all the legal ramifications, the laws that we have to follow and so on and so forth. So we will do the absolute best we can. I personally, you look very skeptical, but I swear I will do the very best I can to get whatever relief for your neighborhood that I can. Well, we have to, unfortunately, or fortunately, we do have to follow laws, and there's a whole bunch of state laws that, preempt us on what we can do. And so that's why Florida Association of Counties is continually fighting for home rule, so we can actually take care of our own. And because it's a lot of things that come down from the state are one size fits all, and they don't necessarily fit for our county versus other counties, if that makes any sense. So. Thank you.
I know someone mentioned zoning too, and all that was set, decades before anyone on this board sat there. And we are revising the comprehensive plan. So I am sure that staff is looking at some of these problems for the issue, but hopefully we can get some resolve for them. Thank you. Okay, so for now, that puts us at E1.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept E1A, E1B, and E1D.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? And this is going to be on the bids, Ms. Duncan? Okay, come on up. Remember to state your name and where you're from for the record.
Apologies, I haven't filled out a form. I was late getting here.
You can do it after.
Forgive me of my ignorance if I'm talking out of turn on E1A, but I'm not understanding why we would go forth with grant money to go with this main extension connection and so forth if we're honestly not wanting this area to be a big heavy industrial area. So I'm not understanding why are we moving forward on this. I think we should wait on this, put a halt on this, however you want to say it, until we can for sure get the no data center thing straightened out and so forth. Again, I may be talking out of ignorance. I may be way off base on this, but I'm not understanding why grant money is going towards this water main extension for the Holder site when we're not wanting this to progress any more forward.
I think that's a very reasonable question, Ms. Duncan. And the answer would be because this site is for jobs. So depending on what's coming or not coming in the future, that site was always intended for jobs. This has nothing to do with any application that would be pending, nothing. It's kind of like the middle of the county where there's some infrastructure going in, or if someone's planning for a school later and they would put some infrastructure in there just because one day that's going to happen and it's planning ahead. So one day some job creation will go there.
But couldn't the money be used elsewhere instead of on something that we're not wanting to progress?
I believe it's a grant, so. Anyone else?
Can I say something?
Sure.
One of the other things you need to understand is Holder already has a 500-acre industrial site that was approved. That's when the paperwork was started to get the water and sewer. And it takes a long time to get grants and approvals. And we need to get this site ready for any industrial. Not what, you're talking about, but there is approval for a previous work site for industrial. And industrial sites don't take 5 minutes. And that's where people need to realize industrial sites take 10 to 20 years to actually become an industrial site. So that's why this is a good thing that we're putting in for grant money.
Before I do any further board discussion, was there anyone else in the public that wanted to speak to this agenda item? Okay, at that, I'll close the public portion. Board, any comments? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Oh, 4-0. We'll wait for Commissioner Davis when she gets back.
Motion to approve E2.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard. Second. Second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
this only has the amendment on here. There's no red line for the original document. I just think this leaves us very open to speculation. I don't know what this means. They're still not following staffing requirements. I have grave concerns about adding more inmates without proper staffing. So, and there's no original contract in the backup.
Okay, well, Madam Attorney, do you have anything to say about the contract? Because it was my understanding it wasn't, does this allow them to add more? I just thought it was to
I can bring Joe
update some language.
forward. It's like a
Is he
language issue.
here?
He
Oh,
was here.
hey, Joe.
Yes.
Could you provide a little bit of clarification about this?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The agreement is, well, one, we have no USVI inmates with us. There will be none coming back. The Virgin Islands pulled them out, and they're up in Tallahatchie, so they're not coming back. But we are still signatories on the contract, so that's why we're signing it. The current administration changed the PREA language and took out any DEI language out of the contract. That's all it is. We're never getting them back. The government of the Virgin Islands wanted them out of here because it was a county jail, and we had some of them were actually doing a life sentence at the county jail. So there were no programs for them, so that's why they were moved to Tallahatchie.
I think they were just removed because of the recent bust. That was
Ma'am,
my understanding.
No,
that-
they left in last September.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe it was the marshals that left, like they were pulling inmates out.
Several of the marshals did, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
But the VI inmates will not be coming back.
That's what I understood. It was just taking out DEI language, but Commissioner Bates
Yes,
has
ma'am.
some concerns. Are there
No, ma'am.
other changes to
There's
this
no-
contract?
They're not coming back.
Well, again, I'm still very concerned. We had this contract on a year or so ago. There were several months that they did not sign it. They had to bring it back.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it sat vacant for about 4 or 5 months
was,
with an
it was-
unsigned contract.
Yes, ma'am. It was because it had to go from CoreCivic to us to get approved down to the Virgin Islands and then back. And the contract expired, and the Virgin Islands would not continue it, so they had to come up with a new contract. And this is an amendment to the new contract.
And that's my concern, that what is in here is not signed by anybody. It's blank. There's nothing on it. There's no backup. There's no original contract. To me, it's very, it's an incomplete agenda item, in my opinion.
Well, ma'am, I'll make sure that you get the original contract tomorrow.
And what's on here is not signed by them. We should be the last person to sign. Nothing was signed by them.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? Well, I don't know what the board wants to do with this. It seems like no one has anything. Commissioner Bays, I'm not opposed to, to pull this. It doesn't seem like time is of the essence, so.
I would rather see it on the next meeting.
Yeah.
If we can get or whenever the ducks are in the row.
Yes, ma'am. Usually the Virgin Islands signed it last, but I'll send it to them and have them sign it and get it back for the next agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have a motion and a second.
I'll rescind my motion.
I rescind my second.
Thank you. And then we'll just bring it back on the next agenda.
Didn't you approve that? Weren't you the second on it?
Oh, I will amend my second and pull that, please. That's right. Nobody was speaking up behind you.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Do you want to
ma'am.
just say that it'll be brought back once the signatures are obtained rather than saying the next meeting? I
Please.
only say that because Virgin Islands is notoriously slow at getting things.
Let's say that. Yes, whenever it's signed. Like Commissioner Bays pointed out, it doesn't seem like time is of the essence.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Okay, that brings us to E3. This was on the
You want my
consent.
vote on E1?
Yes, I do.
Aye.
Thank you. Were you here for E2? Yes, we just pulled that one, sorry. So yeah, I guess we'll wait and we can have discussion after there's a motion, but we are on E3, but it looks like we have to talk about it first, so we can't approve that. So what happened, it was, as part of consent agenda, it's a lot of money. I feel like when that happens that there should be board discussion. I believe it was about 8.8 million. This is the annual true up. Seems that amount is growing each year. It was thought to be put into reserves. I would like to see the board's thoughts on this. I would like to consider putting it to good use. Citizens have been speaking a lot about what we're doing with their tax dollars, and this is tax dollars that weren't used. So instead of just keep holding on to it and keep adding more taxes, especially if we may be looking at a huge tax base cut after this next budget, if the voters vote that in, we may want to get something accomplished. For one example, we are busting at the seams and we do need park space, so that could be an idea to move forward with that. But I think this just should be a broader board discussion.
Well, I'll chime in. Those are just one-time dollars. I mean, they're not reoccurring, so I think this board, we're gonna have a presentation later today, and I think we've really got to take a hard look at all of this to figure out if we're going to have, what we're going to set aside, because we have our 8 to 17%. And I think we need to look at how we're budgeting going forward. If we have something like a park, then that's going to take additional staff, additional resources, and we need to know what that overall budget impact looks like going forward every year. And then, of course, we've had conversations about having park fees. So I think, in my opinion, where we're at with budgeting, based on everything that's what the state is talking about, we need to look at some serious budget reform.
I would agree. And parks, one idea, and because park fees could cover that increase moving forward. But I do think that because it is a one-time, something capital, a capital improvement.
Well, I'll chime in once again. I think before we build something else, we should be taking care of what we have. And I would say we haven't funded residential road resurfacing yet this year, and the longer we delay and the less money that we put towards it, the worse the condition will become of those roads to the point that we lose them. So my opinion, you pay the maintenance for the things that you already have before we start adding.
And that's why I said one idea. Roads was going to be my second suggestion, if the board wanted to take that money and put some more into road resurfacing, because we don't know what that's going to look like in the future.
Is this something, I mean, you already pulled it, right? It's off of the agenda.
Pulled off the consent. It is an item that we're voting on now under E3, but I don't know, Mr. Howard, I don't think that this is time is of the essence on this either, if we wanted to
Yeah,
bring
let's
this back. After
Tammy,
the,
Tammy could come forward just to.
let me just take a beat for a second. Tammy, I see two lights on. Commissioner Davis, did you have something to say first?
I was just going to say that I wholeheartedly, I'm a huge believer in parks and recreation and open spaces and all those beautiful things that make life worth living. But considering where we are right now in all of the needs of the county, and also I 100% could not agree more with Commissioner Bays that we have to take care of the assets that we already own before we buy, do new assets. So $750 million backlog on road resurfacing. We need to keep reserves because hurricanes, we have to have the reserves for hurricanes because we have to expend a ton of money during hurricanes, and it takes a very long time to get any FEMA money back, right? So other than keeping our traditional reserve level, I say put it into road resurfacing. But
I do want to say something about reserves, what I noticed in the budget. I can't remember if it was the last budget or the one before, because our millage, where we were, it kind of equaled out. It was like 16 point something million dollars in reserves, and that was like a 16 or 17%. We were at that budgeting. Right now, we have in reserves for this budget over $19 million, and they're saying that's just over 13%. So I realize the percentage is down, but it's just because our budget's getting so much larger. So I do think if we were going to put it to an asset, roads is fine, but I do think this money should go to an asset. Your light's on. Yes.
Yeah, in years past, this money has been used to buy down the millage rate going forward. So I would like to see before we assign it to a specific either maintaining an existing asset or adding an additional asset, I would like to see us get into at least our preliminary budget talks and see what we're looking at there. And, we need to have at least a conversation, if not more conversations, about reducing the overall budget as best we can and possibly reducing the millage rate. That's where something like this, we didn't spend the money that was budgeted last year, roll that money forward and see if we can't reduce the millage rate going forward. I think that needs to be the direction that the board should be looking, particularly given this homestead exemption thing that likely is, or it is going to be on the ballot in November. So
I like the idea. That's not been done anytime we've talked about trips since I've been on the board. So maybe that's something that the board's gotten away from. I do know that there was $39 million that wasn't expended. Granted, some of that's capital. It has to stay. If you take that out, it's about $25 million from the year before. And I had a note, I think it's over $59 million in unrestricted funds. And some of that started our budget to get that millage rate down. Tammy can come up now, but again, I would like, especially hearing some of these comments, especially from Commissioner Kennard looking into next budget season, if the board would be agreeable, I wouldn't mind bringing this back also next meeting. I would like more information on some of these things. Hi.
Hello. Tammy Wilson, Director of Management and Budget. Questions? We have this comes to the board typically after the ACFR is approved, which it's a little late this year because the ACFR was a little late. So the AR states that it'll come at this time, but it's really up to the board if they want to approve this or have more discussion. If we put it in reserve, we put that money in reserves, you can always vote at another meeting to move it to somewhere else once you've had more discussions or once we've brought the preliminary budget forward. But with that in mind, we did just get a new bond rating. Our bonds are very strong. Our rating's very strong because we have such a good reserve number at this time. So anytime we're taking money out of our reserves, we're depleting that. We have a possibility of losing that good bond rating or dropping down a class in that. So just be cognizant of that as you vote forward.
Well, I want more information on what Commissioner Kennard was just saying about buying down for next budget.
So basically, that's what you do when you put it in reserves. You're buying that down so that it carries forward into the next year and you have that to work from. We carried forward 38 million, and with this, we have 25, so we've used 11, we will be using $11 million of our reserves, our fund balance this year to balance that budget. So putting it in reserves will help us, so when we're working on next year's budget, we have that to pull from if we need to balance, or then in the next coming year, as we're going to see this tax reform happening, we're probably definitely going to have to pull from the reserves at that point. If we deplete our reserves now, we won't have anything to get us through the tax reform.
Well, I may need some more time because I don't want to put you on the spot, but I understand having some healthy reserves, but the unassigned fund balance that we had starting this budget was $52,877,636. That's a lot of
And that's
tax
coming
money.
from the ACFR?
That's coming from the audit.
Okay, so the audit this is just the general fund. The audit includes the general fund,
and this is general fund is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
There's different classifications. Budget-wise, our general fund is the numbers we're presenting to you right now. In the ACFR, they combine several other funds into the general fund because of how they have to report. Those include the general fund CIP, which is the special projects funds we have, the radio maintenance, the county COVID money that we still have left that are all encumbered, they just haven't been spent, property abatement, surplus lands, Beautify Citrus, park special programs, animal services, aquatic vehicles, water and wastewater match, health department, and general government, the vehicle trust. So all of those are
I should have been more expensive. The 52 million is unassigned.
But they are not assigned to specific purposes. So we do not in the budget have 52 million. In the reporting, it's a little different because budget is different than actuals, and that's what they're saying. Yes. With all those together. Once they take that out, the only fund that is the general fund piece is they're saying there's 49 million of that 52.
Who's they?
The clerk.
The clerk is saying there's 49 million of the 52 for what?
That's part of that is reserved, but that's of that 63 million, then they pull the reserves out of that. So then they come up with the unrestricted funds that are in those pots. Like animal services, we transfer money from the general fund. We report it as a special revenue. So to them, that's not restricted because we could move it out of animal services into the general fund if we need to, but animal services needs that to keep functioning and moving forward.
Well, board, thank you, Ms. Wilson. My concern is that when we're talking about taxes and overtaxing our people, last year we trued up, I think, 6 million. I don't remember what it was before that. This year it's 8.8. It's a lot of money. We have a budget. We statutorily cannot overspend that budget or, there's trouble. So we should have some millions of dollars or money left that we over budgeted for, just to be safe. And that doesn't even include all the reserves that we didn't spend. But when you're talking $39 million, I'm sure part of what we'll need to do to make a new budget, if this property reform passes or even not, we should still have some tax reform here. We just need to budget better. I mean, we talk about cutting services. We'll have to talk about that, and I'm sure staff's probably working on that, and I'll just trust them when they're starting to work on it. But some of that is just budgeting better. And we already make sure in our budget it's conservative. So our investments, for example, I understand why your office will say, well, we'll just put $100,000 in for interest because you can't predict if the world's going to collapse and the economy is going to go. But truly, I mean, we're going to see I think we got $6 million for interest, not 100,000. So maybe that's $2 million, maybe it's $3 million, but we have a lot of cushion built in this budget. So I'm just saying some of these monies, when they're carried over, it needs to be for the use and the benefit. I think it's their money. They should be seeing a benefit for that when it's trued back up, not just we're going to save it, put it in reserves, have even more money the following year. I mean, we need a healthy reserves. I get that. I think we can do better, and we will be forced in this next budget season to do a lot better. Yes, sir.
That's my point precisely, that I don't think we take this money and say, here's found money, let's go do this, or let's go and do this. I think we need to have a good, hard discussion about our budget this year. Look at how we can reduce, not only this year, but going forward, we may very well be forced to reduce our budget significantly. So I think, and maybe since you've been on the board, we haven't used this to buy down the millage rate, but in years past, we certainly have used it to buy down a certain percentage of that millage rate where we could. And if that money's sitting in reserves, we can do that. That allows us to do that. If we earmark it for a special project or for taking care of existing assets that I think should be recurring funds taking care of that, not one-time funds, then that option of using it towards buying down the millage rate or reducing our overall expenditure on next year's budget, that goes away then.
I like that idea.
Limits our options.
We haven't done that, and what it seems like we do is if we don't spend that money, every time we have extra money, the budget just keeps growing. We've not done that since I've sat on the board, and if the board would choose to want to put it in reserves, as suggested by OMB, I would only do that in a motion with what you're saying. That the money that we're putting in there must be used to buy down, must be used to correct the budget next year.
Sure.
You like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Bays?
I think later today we're going to hear a presentation, but in August of last year, we had a presentation by PFM looking at a 5-year forecast, and which is something I have asked for since I've been on this board. I think we need to be forecasting out 5 years. We need to set 2-year budgets. The PFM forecast warned us that of our cash carry forwards that we're spending those to shore up our budget. I understand rolling back, and that was done for several years, and giving back money, but it also led to not making investments into residential road resurfacing, which is why now we have a $700 million backlog in roads. And the other option, the other concern that I have is that we do not do a line item budget, and we're not really prepared. We go through this whole process to complete a CIP, but we're not truly funding the long-term capital projects. We look at 1 year by 1 year, and we're not really funding those, and we're getting further and further behind. Do I want to do this? Yes, but I also believe, which I've said for many years, we need a full budget reform. I think we need to look at a whole different host of things, that what we're doing and how we're doing it going forward. And I'm very concerned. It's just, our sheriff is asking for a 12.5% increase this year. When you start compounding a 12.5% increase in 1 year, and you do that by year 5, what does that look like? That becomes huge. So I think this conversation is bigger than what we're trying to accomplish right now. And I personally believe that we need to lay it all out. We need to have workshops. We need to involve our citizens, and we need to have conversations about what is it that our community wants, and how are we going to fund it, not just this year, but every year thereafter, and what does that look like?
Madam Chair?
Which one was first? I wasn't looking. Commissioner Davis.
Of course.
If you had called on me before Commissioner Bays, I was going to lead off with the same thing. Yes, we did rollback for a lot of years. Yes, we needed, people need relief. I get that. But that's exactly why we're having to rebuild roads for, wait for it, $1.2 million a mile versus a tiny fraction of that if we had kept up with the roads. So I don't know, maybe I'm missing something because I have, mad respect for Commissioner Kennard. I don't understand how we can do rollback while also losing the valuation on properties, because all that means is that we're not going to be able to do anything that we are supposed to be doing, is
county government to the level that y'all want, which is not falling into a giant pothole and having your car ruined, number one. Number two, where's the fire chief? He may be in the back. Having, you know, an ambulance or a fire truck show up, sufficient deputies to keep crime at a very low level. You know, I mean, there are so many things that we have to fund, and what Tallahassee is trying to hand to us through a referendum this fall is scary, and we have to figure it out. I am 100% on board with a budget reform, as Commissioner Bays has been calling it, because the current model is not working, because this is not going to be a tax break. It is going to be a tax shift. So some people's taxes, if this passes in November, some people's taxes are going to go up, and some people's taxes, including mine, are going to go down. Okay? And I'm a single girl. I would love to get a tax break. And as it's written right now, I'm not voting for it in November because I understand the disaster of what will happen otherwise. And so we do need to figure this out. I think that there ought to be some MSTUs, but of course they're going to, if this passes in November, the ability to do MSTUs is going to be greatly restricted as well. So how exactly do we pay for y'all, we're residents too, how do we pay for our roads? How do we pay for sheriff? How do we pay for fire rescue, parks, senior services, Meals on Wheels, all of the things that we do, the good work that we do to provide services to our county, how do we pay for that? So we do not have nearly enough information right now. And I hear you, what you're saying, Ms. Wilson, is that we are going to be in a world of hurt in a couple of years. And, you know, anybody want us to basically pay credit card interest on stuff that we need to fund versus an extremely low mortgage rate? I mean, that's what happens when the bond rating goes down or up, whatever, goes worse. We end up paying a lot more interest on the big capital projects that we have to do. So, you know, this is a lot. I know everybody likes simple. I love simple. This is not simple. So, a lot of moving parts. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Barrick?
All right, I've been sitting here listening to a lot of what you people are talking about. And I read all these things, and you know what? I think we need to spend more time and not do anything today. We need to bring it back at another time and talk to things. You didn't want to let the citizens decide if they wanted to have a 1-cent sales tax. Okay? That was your option to put that on the board and let them do the referendum. And the four of you decided, we don't want to do that. We're talking about $19 million right now, okay? That gives us a $23 million short from what we actually need from the forecasting people to get our roads where they belong. And where would that $23 million have come from? We could have gotten it if the voters had decided they wanted to vote for a 1-cent sales tax. And we could have been on the road to doing something positive for the citizens. I don't like us keeping $19 million because we should not be collecting $19 million extra dollars from our citizens to begin with. I can see, you know, a couple of million. But when I see the amounts that we're taking in and sitting on, that's not fair to any of the citizens. So I think we really need to back off and bring this up at another meeting where we can talk more about it and get more information before we make a decision. So I agree with you. Let's, you know, go to another meeting and do this a little bit better than just off the, you know, sleight of hand. They're going to do sleight of hand if you vote for the no sales tax. They're going to do sleight of hand. We're going to do it. She already brought up MSTU. And that's exactly what our person that I talked to from the state said. Well, you could take and get MSTUs. You can get MSBUs. Take transportation and move it over to MSTU. So people have to watch what we're doing. And they have to watch what the state's trying to do to you. So I think we need to talk a whole lot more before we decide if we want to take this money and use it for a specific. But if it comes to parks, I would not vote for parks because we have money for parks. We get impact fees from parks, from builders. And that's where the parks should be coming from. So,
well, Commissioner Barrick, I would be okay to wait, but I If the board was uncomfortable now, I would want to wait because I want everyone to feel comfortable. But I am ready today because I understand what I feel that you're saying. You're saying we took 8.8 million more than we needed to. We're just going to give it back to you. And I think that's what the people would want.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll just go ahead and make that motion and we'll see where it lands. I make a motion that we use this 8.8, and you probably have the exact number, and put it away for now with the stipulation that it's returned to the people.
Second.
So this is the true-up dollars
These are the true-up dollars, yes.
that would go to cash carry forward.
At the end of the year, yes, they'll go into the cash carry forward. Yes, ma'am.
And then we would take it off the next budget. It would be reduced by that $8.8 million.
Madam Chair.
Clarify the 8. May I clarify the 8 for the
You
general?
may, please.
Okay. We do have 1.3 that is going towards the cops, which you had, that's what you had voted on before. And then to get our insurance, our health insurance fund actuarially sound, which is statutorily required that we're actuarially sound, we have $1 million going to that. So it leaves about 6.6 that's just unrestricted. So
I read something about the actuary, and I didn't get enough information for that. We have $1.5 million put away, and I feel fine with that. And I thought the COPS grant, that money was already somewhere else.
we took it out of the contingency, and then we were going to replenish that with the reserves, with the true-up dollars. That's what was, when you voted on it, that's how you voted.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
If we make any changes, I'm going to need Commissioner Kennard to come back, but because there is a motion and a second, if you don't, let me just open it to the public and then we can.
I already asked to.
Do you have a question for Ms. Wilson? Because we have a motion and a second, and it's
Yes.
proper for me to, Ms. Wilson, can you just hang tight?
Absolutely.
I'm just going to conduct this the right way here. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? And then we'll go back to board discussion. Any public comment, and it needs to be about this item, I think it's E3 about our fund balance. Okay, closing open to the public. Ms. Wilson, I believe Commissioner Bays and then Commissioner Davis has some questions. Commissioner Bays.
So this board at a previous meeting heard the presentation by the sheriff requesting his increase for this upcoming budget. Where would those dollars come from? Because it was,
Okay, could you repeat the question?
where would the increase for the sheriff's 12.5% increase come from for the next budget cycle?
If the millage remains the same, the property values increase, which increases the general fund, it will, we gave you numbers to those back, it will take up almost all of that increase. If we don't, then we have to take it from the carry forward to balance the budget.
And then the balance of the constitutional officers and the state's unfunded mandates, would there be, since the new growth numbers that would come in would take up all of that, and then how would you fund the balance of?
From the reserves that roll into the cash carry forward.
And that would come from, is that number 25 million?
We're looking at about 25 million right now, yes. That's estimated.
And if
You
you
know, we
estimate.
project it.
Right, and so with the constitutional officers and the budget going forward, how much would you need to pull from cash
We're
carry
still
forward?
working on budget numbers now, and those are some of the things that we're still in phase 3 of the budget time. We're trying to keep everybody holding them to their numbers that they had this year. The constitutionals are coming in 3, 4, 5% increase over what they were last year. So we'd probably have to dip in a couple million into that too.
Okay.
I can't give you exact numbers at this time. We don't have all the information yet.
And if we wanted to put monies towards residential road resurfacing to keep it going, that would come from the cash carry forward that's left over as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis?
This is the same cash carry forward the PFM said is going to be in the red in 2029, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Point being, you know, I even heard this from a family member recently who does not live here. You just need to tighten your belt. And I'm like, man, we make a nickel scream in this county. We are one of the lowest tax counties in a low tax state. So if you think of a super frugal household, someone that's like Alice population, asset limited, income constrained, employed, in this community, that we have a lot of those, they run a super tight frugal budget. We do too, as a county, on your behalf. So all I'm gonna say is, why on earth, when the state is trying to give us a giant pay cut, why on earth would we willingly do that ahead of time? Why? When we have $750 million of residential road resurfacing, where all of those roads are climbing every single year in the cost per mile. And that's not inflation, that's deterioration. So I heard from Ken Cheek and Carlton Hall last year, and they said they couldn't figure out why there was a soft spot in 491 near Black Diamond. They thought a water main had broken, and that's why there was a soft spot. And they dug, and they dug, and they dug, and they dug, and they realized it was because the base had failed. The entire base of had failed. So roads are built in layers, like layer cake, okay? And when it gets to a certain level, that's the cheap place to replace the top layer. When you keep going into subsequent layers, not only are you held up in traffic longer because the road has to be rebuilt, we are lighting your tax dollars on fire because we are not keeping up with our assets. And I am really passionate about this, and I took a lot of heat when I was one of the ones that voted to raise millage because we are not taking care of our assets, and that is really poor fiscal management, really poor. So again, I am super tight myself with my own finances, and I run my household by myself. I am frugal, I am careful with my money. And I do the same thing for taxpayers because guess what? I am one. Rant over.
Commissioner Kennard, you stepped out of the room. It seems like I would like to amend my motion for the fund balance minus $1.3 million that would be set aside, we agreed on before for the COPS grant, and then the rest of it after that being returned to the taxpayers with the next budget. Would you be willing to amend?
You're marking that portion to fund the officers from the.
So Ms. Wilson said that the 1.3 million that we agreed on a long time ago was in this pot. I didn't realize that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You amend your second?
Yes.
Okay, clerk, you have that?
Yes, ma'am. Would you like me to clarify that motion that I have?
Sure.
Okay. Motion to use the true-up funds of 8.8, which will be amended to $6.6 million.
No. That's not it.
Okay.
It's 7.6.
7.6?
Yes.
Okay, so the other million you are not.
Correct.
Okay, so good thing I clarified.
Yes, thank you.
And also, let me read the rest of that. To put away for now with the stipulation that it is returned to the people is what you stated. That's good?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that clear enough, Madam Attorney? Let's let the attorney fix that.
Well, I'm just wondering if you want the minutes to say give it back to the people or whether you wanted to describe what you're doing with it.
Yes, a description would be great.
I'm sorry, I'm not good at that. I don't know.
So the description would be, and Commissioner Kennard could probably restate that. So put away for now. So when the budget comes, when we're budgeting for the next year's budget, that balance will immediately be taken off the millage. Does that work, Ms. Wilson? Is that correct in that wording?
That's what you desire, yes, ma'am.
Am I speaking it accurately to what we're trying to do?
I believe so, yes.
Madam Attorney?
I'm sorry, I don't get involved with y'all's budgeting, so I don't know how y'all do that.
Do you want to say, I don't know that you want to say that it goes towards reducing the millage, but say that this is being rolled forward to reduce the total amount that will be required to be collected from the millage rate. And ultimately, if we can, and we very well will need to, lower our overall budget, that's going to then result in a reduced millage rate, I believe. We'll see. I think a lot of it is going to depend on what happens in November. But this is rolling this money forward into next year is ultimately going to reduce the amount of money that you have to take from the public to cover essential services next year.
I feel, I feel like my motion needs to include for that money to come off the millage because I think it's not going to happen. And then we can see what we need and then go from there. I feel like when we say we're giving it back to the people, if I don't tie it into the millage, I don't think it happens. Okay. Are you okay with that?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so just clarification. So you were replacing, put it away for now by budgeting for next year's budget. The balance will be taken off of the millage.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, Madam Clerk, I think Commissioner Barrick would like you to repeat the entire.
Repeat the entire thing, because it keeps getting convoluted, a little here, a little there.
Your mic.
Your microphone. Yeah.
Could you please repeat the entire thing, because it seems sort of convoluted.
Okay. So motion to use the true-up funds of $7.6 million. And we will be changing that, so it's now reading budgeting for next year's budget for the balance that will be taken off of the millage. Do you still want the stipulation returned to the people on there?
That's what we're doing, so
Okay.
you can keep that in there.
Okay. Sound good?
Do you want to say return to the people by
Yes.
doing what you're doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so add the budgeting by budgeting next year's budget onto the end.
Yeah, I just don't want them to have an idea they're going to be given money.
We're writing checks.
There was a year, City of Crystal River did that.
If that's what if that's what y'all want, then that,
No.
I just want to make sure
I
it says
give-
what you want.
But the 7.6 million returned to the people by putting it into reserves until next budget cycle when it will be taken off the millage.
That was not the motion.
That was the motion.
We didn't say anything about reserves.
Well, that's where they're putting it. I mean, it has to sit somewhere. That's just the
You
fun.
let me know how you want the motion, and I will put it in that way.
Okay. Let's try this again. The 7.6 fund balance will stay in the reserves because that's where it is.
1 moment, please.
Will stay in reserves. With the intent it will be returned to the people in next year's budget by reducing the millage by that amount. You're smiling, Madam Attorney? Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Okay, the last thing you said by reducing.
The millage.
Thank you.
Is it that you're reducing the millage or you're reducing the amount of money the millage needs to fund?
The millage, so it's going to be a fraction, a small fraction of it that's going to come off in the amount of $7.6 million. That's the only way I think that's actually giving the people back their money.
It'd be less than a half of a mil. If 1 mil is equal to about 15 million, it's going to be less than a half of a mil.
Correct. Are you okay with that, sir?
Fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, are we good? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, I'm gonna have to roll call that because I don't know who's who. Commissioner Bays?
Aye.
Commissioner Kennard?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Barrick?
Nay.
Commissioner Davis?
Nay.
3-2, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving right along to E4.
Motion to approve E4.
A and B, second.
A and B.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E5.
Motion to approve E5, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E6.
Motion to approve E6, A and B.
I second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Chair,
Motion to approve E7.
Pause, please. Yes, ma'am?
wasn't the second Barrick?
What did I say?
Kennard, didn't you?
I don't know.
She's correct.
Yeah.
I was rolling with it, but she's correct.
Okay, yes, can you make the change for me? Thank you. We're just moving right along. Wow, you must have been on the brain. I didn't even know I said that. E7.
Motion to approve E7, A, and B.
Second.
Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E8.
Motion to approve E8, A, and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E9, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E10.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Come on. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and where you're from. Welcome.
My name's Terry Jones. I'm 3210 West Woodthrush Street in Lecanto. And my only question is, you guys talked about cutting the services, hiring freeze, reducing the budget, and a frugal budget. I just need to know why this is necessary to send 2 people to Spain.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, and that is a very good question, and Commissioner Davis is going to explain it.
I'm been the chair of the Tourism Development Council since I've been on this board. These are all tourist dollars. This is not your tax dollars at all.
But it comes out of the budget.
No, it comes directly from what we call bed tax. Okay, tourists
Okay,
come
I know
here.
what that is.
There's a little bit of money that's added to their room rate or their RV space or whatever, and that goes into a tourism. And by the way, the cool thing is that because we have such a strong tourism economy, your tax bill, if you're a 2-income, a whole household, is typically about $1,200 less a year because of tourism.
Okay, so this
Okay.
has nothing to do with the budget?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
So
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain it.
I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself. This makes me crazy too. And legislature, the members of the Florida legislature has tried to change some of this. I mean, even I would love 1 penny of this, of every tax to at least go to things that we need, like roads and other infrastructure, but it can't. And so much of this goes to advertising and travel and things needed. Not that I would want it all to go away, but I'm with you. This makes me a little crazy too, but it doesn't come out of our tax dollars. It is, as Commissioner Davis said, bed tax.
And actually, 1 cent does go to infrastructure, but it has to be tourism related. It can't be roads. So like a lot of the murals you've seen that have beautified Crystal River and Inverness, we paid for or partly paid for. The National Wildlife Refuge, if you haven't visited, they're a spectacular building on the river in Crystal River. We helped fund that. We helped fund Three Sisters Springs Park improvements. We fund a lot of stuff out of that 1 cent, and we get 5 cents. Okay, so that is 20% of the budget is going to capital, and the remaining 80% goes to essentially advertising.
And one more thing, and it's kind of unrelated, but I think you guys should, and I know Commissioner Kennard goes onto the radio, but I think you should listen to your tourism director when he goes on the radio, and that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Barrick?
One thing you need to know, Terry, it's like an MSBU that Citrus Springs has or an MSBU that Beverly Hills has. If any funds want to be spent from there, it has to be brought before the board they can't just go out and say, well, we're spending it. So Mr. Cole has to bring it here, and we have to approve anything they spend. That's why you see it here. But it isn't costing you a penny. Like if you live in Beverly Hills, MSBU money is MSBU money, okay? You understand that part of it, right? Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Board, anything further?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am?
I love the visitor impact study. And I too chaired tourism for 4 years, many years ago, and was probably the one that got started the International Travel Show. That, at the time, I don't know how it works any longer, but that was a participation with Visit Florida, and there were a lot of great benefits out of it. But in reviewing the statistics and the data that came out of this visitor impact study, I can go along with doing the International Travel Show in London, but based on what I'm seeing on this, I see no reason to go to Spain. I think when I talk to people and most of our, and what you're seeing out of this, most of our visitors are coming within the state. And I'm not going to support this because I just think it's, I think we're doing something, spending money on something that's not necessary at this point.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
may I suggest that we bring Mr. Cole up?
Well,
don't-
Mr. Howard's not in here, and Mr.
So
Cole
you're-
is in here. Hi.
So you're in charge. You play Mr. Howard for a moment and bring him up. And while he's coming up, I will say that while international tourism has taken a giant hit in the last year, statewide, or excuse me, countrywide, typically we have about 20% of our visitors are international, and they come from, we have waves, you know, all of a sudden it's like they go home and they talk about swimming with the manatees, and then we start advertising more in that country, and then those countries come and go, so.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So, Mr. Cole, I do, because it doesn't take much for me, and you know, I always say I want some of that money for the good for the people of Citrus County.
Right.
So when Commissioner Bays has any trepidation about going to Spain, I'm likely just to go that way. So you're gonna have to make a very convincing argument.
Yeah, sure. I like to equate it to, of course, tourism tax is 5%, accompany that with 6% of sales tax. When we talk about the international traveler, think FIFA, for example. When international people come to the United States for, let's just say, an event like FIFA, they're going to spend 65% more than a natural citizen coming in to see the games. So with that said, when we look at the data points, let's talk about Brazil, for example. Brazil was probably 4 or 5 market for us from the state, and even for our destination specifically, they're now number 2. They passed Germany, which was a huge market for us, but we're taking a hit from our geopolitical situation. The Germans are just not traveling as much as they were to the States, let alone Florida. So when we look at our Latin America market, which is now number 2 for us and number 1 on our social media platforms, it's just a huge market. So what we decided to do was instead of a ITB conference in Germany, we decided to replace it with the Spain market. And since it was a cooperation with the governor's office, and Visit Florida, it just seemed like a really good idea. Not to mention, we're going to be with thousands of, media tour operators from not only in Spain, Latin America, but from other parts of the UK as well. So it's really important to kind of take that footprint. And to Commissioner Bay's point, yes, we are. 46% of our market comes from the Tampa and Orlando markets. And we have noticed that we're trying to keep that because I call it the low-hanging fruit. But we're doing more things like activations with local attractions in those communities, both Orlando and Tampa, most recently with the Zoo Tampa. So we acknowledge that, but we can't really take our foot off the pedal from the standpoint from the international market. We've done such a good job over the last years of creating that awareness. Now that awareness is turning into bookings. We were just in Fort Lauderdale at our international trade show. We had over 75 appointments. And out of those appointments alone, we booked about 6 travel operators the next week coming into our marketplace for the first time. And one of those are actually from Asia. Now, we're not going to Asia right now, but my point is it's growing. I see the trend, and I just like to remind everybody too, everything we do is for the local business. If we can invest in those coffers and increase those coffers, that's what we're going to continue to do. And that's what the data points to us. We are, obviously having the manatees, we are international draw. We want to continue on that. So I back it, of course. I'm biased, but, I do see an importance.
And my understanding is that the Spain show is all of Europe. It's an appointment show
Yeah,
with travel agents, right?
It's an appointment-based show for sure.
Yeah.
It's a newer show for us, but it's something worth investing in because we see what Visit Florida's put into the dollar. So it's a great partnership, and we're excited about it.
Yeah, and if we don't do this trip, for example, where would the money be used? It's not going to go back to the people because it can't go back to the people.
No, it doesn't go back to the people. We just have to kind of go back to the drawing board and figure out another market.
Because the people didn't actually it's not going back anywhere because it's the tourists that put the money in anyway.
You are correct. I mean, we would go back to the drawing board and look at another show potentially that may have what we feel like a positive effect on it. We like the opportunity there, and I'll use this situation to even expand on this. We talk about tax dollars and shortfalls in budget. There's other solutions out there that, I know I am trying to, stump the ground in, and as far as locally collecting our tourism tax money, which the Department of Revenue currently collects. I want to collect that locally in-house. I have pretty much the solution to do it where we will fund that person to make sure we monetize and collect that money, because right now we have a lot of leakage going out. Not only is the 5% not being collected from a short-term rental standpoint, but it's also a 6% sales tax. Commissioner Bays, you've also talked about putting in a fee structure for our short-term rentals. That's something that we can do all in-house that we can pay for. None of that money comes out of the general fund or the ad valorem. I have a way to collect that locally using our funding and to potentially, and it will increase the general fund from the 6% that we are not currently collecting, that people are not, or are bypassing in a way, essentially. So, sorry, that's a lot to say about it.
Can I get you back on topic for 1 second? I just looked up the agenda because I couldn't remember how it was all written out. So it looks like this is for next budget, but you have to secure your spot within this fiscal year.
Yeah.
So I guess I would be inclined
That's the tricky part.
to say yes, because obviously next budget, you're going to budget around that.
Of
I don't
course.
want to see a trip to Germany then, because you just said you're going to replace the trip.
Yeah, we're replacing the ITB show because we found that, and to your point, Commissioner Bays, going to some of these shows every year, we just were not getting, we didn't really have to do it. So we were trying to spread out a little bit. Well, with this particular show, the registration with Visit Florida in the governor's office, but Visit Florida was due in June this month, so we had to put it on now, but it's for next budget year, which we have put in for the budget.
Commissioner Davis.
Just one final point. I am so proud of Mr. Cole and the leadership he has shown with the tourism, the Visitors and Convention Bureau. That board, the TDC board, makes data-driven decisions and practices innovation. So that's why ITB is being retired for now. May go back there later. We'll try Spain. Spain does not live up to what we believe it'll be. It won't be on the next year. And if it's good, but that's innovation. You do not rest on your laurels, ever.
Yeah,
So,
and the reason for multiple people, let me just say this, for some of our shows, I've taken some people to the shows. I mean, I know Commissioner Davis has seen them, and Commissioner Bays, I know you do as well with your experience. But when we're doing like 80 appointments, over a 3-4 day span, we're like, most of the time we're double booked. So it's 2 people taking 2 different sets of appointments. And I try to eloquently loop you guys all in on some of the shows that we attend and what that dynamic looks like. But it's a great asset for the community. I know this. I know our partners like it. We try to bring that data back to them. So it's all about information. If I need to bring back more information and be more detailed on why we're doing some more things, I have no problem doing that.
trade shows are grueling.
Anyone else for Mr. Cole? Commissioner Bays?
So, Avis, you made the comment that you went to Orlando and it's travel operators that you're having come over, correct?
Well, Fort Lauderdale, right? for the
Or
last.
wherever you went.
Yeah.
Yes. So the concern that I'm hearing is that a lot of the international travel that's showing up in our community, they're referred to as trunk slammers. They're either coming over by they're staying in Orlando, they're coming over for the day, they get on a bus, they go out, swim with the manatees, they do whatever they're going to do here, and then they get back on the bus and they go back to Orlando. So we're not having the overnight stays. They're not eating in our restaurants. There's no actual spend other than a tour operator. And the people that are coming here are travel operators, not necessarily tourists. So that's the concern that I'm hearing. And maybe I'm going to let you clarify that. But
Sure.
I mean, out of this study, what is the spend by international travel? I didn't see that in here.
So we do have travel operators coming out of Orlando, coming into the marketplace on buses.
I'm talking about tourist. Tell me the international tourist that has a daily spend in your report, not travel operators, but the actual tourists themselves.
So the tourists themselves, when we work with, for example, Gosh PR and Lieb, which is our Germany and UK firms, they provide us the bookings in regards to what people are booking coming to our area, right? So the cool thing is with the international visitors from a UK standpoint, they can't just go whatever.com and book a trip to the United States. They have to go through an agency. And the nice thing about it is with those trainings that we offer them online and in person, those advisors, the travel advisors, they then sell the packaging for our destination. And then we get those numbers reported to us in regards to the actual bookings, what people are doing, the numbers, and then also where they're staying. So we have systems set up, pay structure set up with, like, for example, the Plantation, Hampton, Paddletail Lodge, and then they give us the booking informations because they go through an actual site for the bookings. Now, in your regards to the actual operators, yeah, there's definitely an issue there with.
All I want to know.
Okay.
Tell me exactly the dollars that Citrus County is earning from an international traveler that's staying in our county. That's all I want to know.
I would say of the $37 million revenues that we generate from a standpoint, if you look at it about a 15%, of an international traveler standpoint, I would say, Mav, you're talking 3 to 5 million.
So in here, though, you don't tell me, you said our top 5 markets, our top out of state. Nowhere in here do you tell me international travel dollars.
On the back of the Selling Citrus County, there's some markets there for, and I'm not looking at it right now in front of me.
Right, you tell me that, but my point is saying, are they coming to Orlando or St. Petersburg and they're just a day tripper? Are they actually staying in a hotel? Are they actually spending dollars here? Or are they coming through a tour guide just for the day?
Well, they're doing a little bit of both, but from our hotels, from our main properties that we get from them, they are staying here. Yes, 100%. How we position Crystal River or Homosassa or even Inverness, when we position it as a pre or post Disney trip. We're getting some of the international travelers to come here exclusively for the destination, but usually they'll spend 3 or 4 days in Disney, and then they'll spend 2 days in market here, sometimes pre or post. Usually what we sell it as is once you kind of get tired and you do all the hustle and bustle and all the long lines in the heat on the pavement at Disney, you come here for relaxation on the Nature Coast. That's how we position the market. So they stay here not as many days as Orlando, but they are staying here the night per our hotels. Some of that data is a little bit harder to get from an international standpoint because of the privacy laws. So we don't have the visa spend exactly, but we know we're getting that from the reports that we're getting from the PR companies and from the hoteliers themselves because they're booking directly through our properties.
Mr. Cole, so we can vote on your agenda item.
Okay.
Can you send to all of the board members a dollar amount for, let's say, last year for international travelers? Let us know how you got that. So it's X amount of money last year from international travels, and this is how you got to this number. I got the information from XYZ.
Yeah.
And then I, in addition to that, would like to know the number of people, like the percentage of. We had, I think you have how many, and well, I don't know if this is first time I've seen this, but we've had X amount of visitors.
Right.
X percentage was from international travel. Could you bring that back or send it in the email to all of us and copy Mr. Howard on that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have one final
try to get
question.
it
You're
as
not going to
accurate-
so you're not doing ITB and you're not going to do Brussels either, correct?
No.
Only Spain?
Yeah, just Spain for the actual trade show, yes. And I probably should have put that in there in the explanation about we're just replacing that particular trade show, consumer show, I should say.
Anyone else before I call the vote? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for the additional information, Mr.
Thank you.
Cole.
Motion to approve E11A and B and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Ms. Camschroer. You are going to give us an update on outstanding commission items. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Veronica Campshrower, Special Projects Manager. Got a few updates for you today. First one is our regular core civic staffing. For the month of May, we were at 93.88%, which is down a little bit from April, which was 94.25. Something that's been very popular online lately is the Fort Island Gulf Beach repairs and improvements. We are working diligently on moving those forward, but they will take the time that they take. We have the boardwalk and pier permit under review by the NOAA Fisheries Office. So as soon as they get that back into the workflow, we can continue with other needed approvals. The restroom permits are currently in process. We have the local permit application as well as any state permits that are required pending. And right now, what the local permit is pending is a wave test. So we have columns, we have it, elevated due to building codes, and so they have to make sure that the waves that hit that will be able to withstand it, or that the structure can withstand the waves. And last but not least, we have the beach pavilion replacements. Not talking the big pavilion by the boardwalk, we're talking the little pavilions on the sand. Those we did get a total cost, insured cost for, and we are just working out the final details on placement, logistics, and materials, the final details for design.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Veronica, we got a quick question for you. You said that the permit, I assume for the beach renovation or rejuvenation of the beach, that is with that and the pier are with NOAA, is that correct?
I believe it's just the boardwalk and the pier that are with NOAA. They both have to go through the coastal evaluation, but NOAA is a subset that I believe only the boardwalk and the pier are applicable to.
And
The sand restoration is not.
is that the last step for that, or have they been through Army Corps of Engineers?
So it's in the Army Corps workflow. It's kind of out for NOAA, then it gets back into that Army Corps workflow, and then we'll go ahead and have that finished out. We're about, I believe, 8 to 9 months into that process, so we should be approaching the end.
Did you follow all the government red tape in that?
Lord. All right, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay, Homosassa Sports Complex feasibility study. I love these things. It says that you're going to get the final illustrated concept by 6/1/26. Well, today is 6/10.
And we do
Okay,
have
and
it.
it says you're on track.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I would love to see, if we say we're gonna get it by a certain date, then you do your job and make sure that they get it to us by that date, because I'd like to see the concept.
Certainly.
Okay, and I say, then when I look further down, I got the Port Citrus Master Development. How far are we on that? Because I wasn't in favor of land swap to begin with, and I really, that says it's supposed to be done by 9/1. So, any heads up on any of this stuff?
The Homosassa feasibility study, I don't have an update on this last update just because of the way that the deadlines for these board meetings fall. So I do have to prepare my list about 2 weeks in advance of when I come before you. We did receive that feasibility study final conceptual draft, but of course staff has to review to make sure all the required changes were made, that we have a good understanding of what the deliverable is, and then we are planning to schedule meetings with any commissioner who is interested to discuss that study, and we'd be happy to bring it forward. We have a placeholder on the July 28th meeting, so we
Okay,
anticipate
so,
having that in front of
so
all of you
you're
then.
saying it's supposed to be done 6/1, but now you're saying we have a placeholder July 28. If we've got a placeholder July 28, I would like it to say July 28 on this sheet. In other
Yes,
words,
ma'am.
if I'm not gonna see it till July 28, telling me it's ready for June 1st, that's a fabrication. Unless I specifically ask.
It says it on there, Commissioner. It
Yeah.
says scheduled for July 28th, and they were supposed to receive it, which they did on time. That's why it's on track. And Ms. Kemp Schroer said she does have it, but staff is reviewing it. They don't want to send something out publicly that hasn't been reviewed, but she has offered if you'd like to sit down, which I will be doing that, of course.
And
Sit
that's
down
the
with
thing.
staff to discuss it.
But I would prefer, if it's gonna not come to the 28th, and I saw where it said the 28th, but if it's not gonna come to the 28th, I don't wanna see that it's June 1st. I'd like to see maybe you reach out to the commissioners and say, by the way, this is here. If you'd like to go over it, please schedule an appointment. And then we could see it before the 28th, but the 28th is the schedule I'd like to see on here. Because that's actually when it's gonna come to us.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, do you see what I'm saying?
I absolutely do. I'll make sure that it's more clear on the next ones.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrick. I respect those comments. I like the way it was put on there. I understand exactly what, you have both dates, so thank you, because I want to know where you are and,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, there will always be a delay between delivery and presentation publicly, but between those delivery dates and the board date that the item is on, I'm happy to meet with you to discuss any of these projects or any of the others we're tracking.
Anybody else for Ms. Kemp Schroer?
I do have a couple more updates.
Oh,
So sorry,
I'm
we
so
got
sorry.
off track there a little bit. I'll be quick. Inshore Reef, another item that we've got on the water there. We have the RFQ currently under review by the Balmoral Group, which is another situation like the Army Corps and NOAA, where Balmoral has to approve it in order for us to take it from the Gulf Consortium's restore funds. Once that's been approved by the outside agency, then we can advertise the RFQ and get designing. So we're very excited about that. Aquatics is also, they had sent me an update, currently in contract negotiations with FWC for another artificial reef grant, and they have submitted a grant to NOAA for Homosassa oyster restoration. So Mr. Owens wanted to make sure you guys were aware. The pavement management program, construction across the county for various different types of applications has started. And if anybody wants to check the status of that at any time, they can go to citruscounty.gov/road portal. All one word, road portal. That gives you the list of roads, gives you the map of roads, gives you the treatment types, anything you could want to know. Apopka SCOP resurfacing, we have phase 1 construction in progress between Anajo and Malvern. Mustang is currently in the bidding process. The responses were opened yesterday, June 10th, and so staff will now have to complete the bid review and recommendation. Once they've determined which bid is the most responsive, they will bring that forward to you. Mr. Howard asked that I just add in here, we also have the CR 39 project that's being managed by FDOT, but it's still very much on track. And this is not for this fiscal year, but we are currently in preparation with the documentation to be ready to pull the trigger on Gospel Island when the fiscal year does start. And that is everything I have, but I believe that Ms. Wilson had an update on the Animal Services Facility bonds. So I'll let her come up and take care of that, unless you have any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Kemp Schroer?
No.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Welcome back again, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you. Tammy Wilson, Director of Budget Management. So I just wanted to update you on the Animal Services bonds. We had the competitive sale. The public offering was put out after the resolution was signed at the last meeting. And the sale went 10:25, 10:30. We were all off the Teams call. 7 bids were received. This is a big testament to our credit worthiness and our strong quality of credit. So our financial advisor was very impressed that we got 7 bids. They range from 3.79% to 4.01, which is the true interest cost. And the winning bid was from TRB Capital at 3.79, which is the all-in true interest cost. So I wanted to give you a little rundown real quick. I'm going to try to make it as simple as possible because some of this is even over my head, but I wanted to explain to you. To receive the $15 million in proceeds, we put out a par amount of $13.765 million. And this is because a bond is a fixed income security, meaning the bondholder is guaranteed that interest rate. There's no fluctuation. They're getting a 5% coupon rate, so they are willing to pay more for the bond than, it's called a premium. They're willing to pay more than the cost because they're getting a higher interest rate than the going market rate right now. So the yearly payments, we were budgeting at 1.5. They are coming in the first year is about $517,000, and then after that, it's under 1.1 million. So we will be able to reduce the CIP by about $420,000 a year for those bonds. So it was a very productive and a very positive bond offering. So and it is callable in 10 years. So if we raise the capital and we have money that we can call the bond in 10 years, we can do that, or later after that, because I know that's been a question, like what if we raise more money? Once we get to that point, after 10 years, whatever the balance is, if we can pay it off, we can pay it off. We don't have to pay all that interest. Right?
Any questions for Ms. Wilson?
All right.
Thank you for the presentation and the clarification.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Alt, you're up next with a legislative update. Mike, please.
Hello? Okay. Alexander Alt, Intergovernmental Affairs Liaison and Administrative Development Review Expediter. I appreciate all of your consideration of that additional item that went out. With the conversation and everything passing with the special session and the property tax proposal, and then the conversation earlier with Sarah Susky, kind of updating you on everything that's been going on. We felt it very timely to also go over how the property tax proposal could impact revenues for Citrus County government going forward. I do want to quickly mention, going back to the resolution that's going to be going to the voters. So Sarah did a really good job explaining all of that, but during the special session, there was also another bill that the legislature passed that made a few changes to the way property taxes are done, and how the budgetary process starts when you set your millage. I can go over that a little bit further at a later date, but I do want to let you know that if that one does not go to the voters, that is a bill that was sent to the governor. So if he decides to sign that, that will have some impact on how the millage rate is started. Right now it's set by based on the previous year's millage and an increase based on basically CPI. And this proposal, if the governor signs it, would change it to be starting at the rollback rate instead of starting at that formulation. So I just wanted to make sure you're all are aware of that. But without further ado, I have Tammy from Department of Management and Budget. She's going to come back up again and discuss how this would impact the revenue of Citrus County and all the different ad valorem funds.
Oh, aren't we keeping you hopping today? Reese, you have her presentation?
Good afternoon again, Tammy Wilson, Director of Management and Budget. And I want to thank Ms. Kampschauer for putting this information together for us. So just to start off, I want to, how is this actually impacting us the way that FAC is saying and all this? Right now, the property appraiser is certifying our tax rolls, so he's very, very busy. In 19 days, he will send the certified tax roll out in the letters. We got the estimated figures on June 1st, as is legislatively required. He will get us some updated numbers. After that, he will work on this and try to back these numbers into the legislation, into our actual tax rolls. And But he did say he was very comfortable with me saying he's reviewed fax data and he feel it's going to come in very, very close to what they have posted. So what we did at DMB is we backed in the estimated property values into the loss in the millage, and we ran some numbers. So what we're looking at in fiscal year 2027 is, 2026, let's start with, we have $119,134,151 projected collections. And this is, we kept millage the same because that's what the board agreed on at that point, which you will vote on in the end of July at the preliminary hearing. So how this affects the general fund in 27-28 with the $150,000 exemption. It will reduce our general fund revenues by about, or tax ad valorem by $23,919,980. And we did not increase the property value with that. We took it right off the value that it was, backed out fax numbers to come up with this. This is about a 20% decrease or 60 days operating. Okay, to give us $95,214,171. In 28-29 with the $250,000 exemption. Again, using the same property values, we will look at a reduction of $35,682,851, which is 90 days operating at today's budget, 26-27 or 25-26 budget, which is about 30%, with a projected collection of $83,451,300. So that's looking at the general fund. The next slide we have, and I'm going to go over all the millages with you because they'll all be affected. Library, currently for 26-27, for next year with current rates, we are looking at $5,363,747. In 27-28, they will have a reduction in collections of $1,076,943, which is, they're all about the same 20%, 20-30, which this drops their collections to $4,286,804 in 27-28. In 28-29, with a $250,000 exemption, we're looking at a reduction of $1,606,540, which brings their collections down to $3,757,207. And I just want to remind you, the library can only, they have a maximum levy that they can have of 0.333. So they're almost to that at this point, just so you're aware. So transportation, next slide, Reese, please. Transportation, which is where we pay for some of our roads and we pay for public works and technical services out of this. Currently, for next year, we're looking at $16,805,384. And then we will reduce that in 27-28 by 20% of $3,374,217, which brings us to $13,431,167. In 28-29, with the $250,000 exemption, we will reduce it by $5,033,519, which brings it down to $11,771,865. Next slide. Okay, fire rescue. This is the one that changes a little bit because this is not countywide. Their millage right now for 26-27 is $8,987,900. They are looking at a loss of $1,801,142, which is 20%. So it would bring their collections down to $7,186,758. And then with the $250,000 exemption, they would see a reduction of $2,686,870, which is 29.9 instead of the 20 and 29.9. It's about 0.1%, as you can see. bringing their collections to $6,301,030. And remember that fire falls under the thing that we would have to supplement from the general fund to make them whole. So the health department, last slide. Their current projected collections are $961,282. With the $150,000 exemption, they would lose $193,008, which is 19.7%. And that brings them to $786,274. In 28-29, $250,000 exemption, they would see a loss of $287,922, which is 30%, or they'd be down to $673,360. Any questions?
Board, any questions for Ms. Wilson? Thank you.
Okay.
I'll probably see you up here
I'll
in
see you in a
30
minute.
seconds.
Yeah, in a minute. Or should I just stay? Just might as well stay. Okay.
We're getting our money's worth today out of,
Are you ready for your presentation? She's doing your presentation?
she's gonna do, this is just gonna be, this is something within their office, but she's just gonna do a demonstration.
A
on
little
this.
demonstration of the model. And Ms. Luckham's gonna come up and
drive.
Reese out of his seat real quick. So you have the PowerPoint too, right, for this? All right, so at the previous meeting when we did the CIP, we were asked by consensus to bring back the forecasting tool. So I just want to go back over, that was I think it was like my second or third meeting, so it was very new to what they were doing. But in their original baseline, PFM only focused on the general fund, which is what we are concerned about. So to come up with their data, they analyzed 5 years of historical general fund actual expenditures as well as the budgeted data that we had at the time. The growth rates were applied to major revenue and expense categories for the future years. And then they utilized the 25 adopted budget in their baseline, and that was just the timing at that time when they were working with us. They showed what the county's financial results would be with no corrective action. And in their baseline, they kept the fund balance reserve at about 15%. So that was the original baseline. What we did, we went back and, okay, so we revised the baseline. So what we've done is we put the 25 actuals in there instead of the budget because they were basing everything off actual numbers, and we had those numbers from the ACFR. We actually also added the 26 budget. We reduced the large one-time budget items. For instance, the clerk had 1.5 in there for a new ERP. There were different things. We had taken $2 million or $4 million from general fund and put it into roads. So we reduced it by that so that it didn't build those percentage growths off of one-time expenditures. We reviewed the lines. We went through the lines that they had. They had our whole budget. It was like, I think, 30,000 lines. We went and reviewed as best we could to make sure that the inflation assumptions were based on actual information. One of the big standouts was like they had the detention center increasing 10% a year. Well, the maximum our contract can go up is 4.5. So we adjusted those percentages. We also went in and adjusted, at least for the not the current budget, but for next year's budget, what we know based on the 2.8 you recommended for salary increases, what we know FRS is going to go up, not Social Security, that doesn't change, workers' comp, health insurance, those things. We adjusted for what we knew. And then, so the scenarios we want to show you today are the ones that you have asked for. We also included in moving forward the COPS grant and that 5-year forecast, what he gave us, we added that in because you voted that, that's a done deal. We can't back that back out. We also added in the animal service debt, and that's gonna be in there at 1.5, so just so you know, it will reduce in the actual budget, but we had to have the presentation done a week or so ago, and we just got the numbers this morning. So we wanna show you what the following initiatives would do. We have, so Ms. Luckham's gonna go up and show you what this looks like. And this is the baseline. This is where we are with just putting in inflation and the numbers that they have. And
do you have a printout? We can't.
We can print this out. We don't have it printed out right now. It comes out like about a huge page, and if we print this out like on a page like this, it's very small. And it's tied to very many things. So can we roll up to the cash carry forward is what I wanted to show them, since that up at the top the other way. Yeah. So we just want to show you some basic ones. We can always come back if you want to run different scenarios. If you want to do a workshop or something like that, we can also do that where it's not, you're voting on a bunch of other things, so that we can show you. But as you can see, in 26, our cash carry forward was the 37.7, which we just spoke of. And at the bottom of this, it will show the true up that you just voted on. That brings us to a cash carry forward of 25.9 million for next year. And then without adding in anything else, we're looking, except for the COPS and the animal service debt, we're looking at about a $15 million.
I'm sorry, Ms. Wilson, can you tell me what you're showing us, which is very difficult to read, where you're looking?
Barb's trying, is there a pointer? Is there a pointer? Is this no, that's not is this a pointer? Right there, do you see she's circling that right there?
I see.
That's your cash carry forward. Okay. So that's just with doing nothing. And then we only put in the numbers to 2030, so we probably should just hide 2031. Is there a pointer? Okay. Ooh, okay. There we go.
And can you explain why the cash carry forward is supposed to be less when you're projecting that, but since I've been on the board, it's always more and more and more?
Because we budget X amount. By statute, we're required to budget a 5% reduction in revenues. There's a state law that we have to do that, and a lot of the times, like this year's cash carry forward, about 6.8 of that was that we brought in more revenues. And like this year, it was only 100,000 was tax revenues more than the 95. Basically, you have to budget at 95% of your projected. So what we budgeted, for example, for taxes for this last year, we brought in 100,000 more, which really isn't a whole lot. But we projected a very low amount for like the inmate, because we knew the U.S. Virgin inmates left, but we actually ended up bringing in quite a bit more with the marshals at the time. So we had that projection low because the USVs left this last year, but it ended up coming in higher. So it brought in a higher amount. And also, we also have been trying to be very fiscally responsible and not spend, when you get to the end of the year, what can we go without so we can carry those budgets forward to next year to help with next year?
And explain, and I'm sorry because I feel like you've touched on this, but explain why you're showing that the carry forward was 37.7, but the audit shows 52.8.
Because there's several other little pockets of money that aren't necessarily restricted by legislation and things like that, and they're put into that pot, that they put in that pot because they have to report differently than how the budget is presented.
So they're saying it's unassigned, but you're saying some stuff in your budgeting was actually assigned.
Yes.
So out of the 52.8, you had 37.7.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And a lot of them are in other, we put them in other funds, but they roll all those funds together. All right. So now,
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you said that, sorry. So there was 52.8, but you're saying it wasn't here. It got moved and carried forward in other funds. It was
Yes,
still
ma'am.
carried forward.
Yes,
That money
ma'am.
was still
Yes,
carried
ma'am.
forward. It
Yes.
just,
Yes.
you
They're
transferred
in,
it.
they're in, yes, special
Okay.
revenue funds. All right, so can we add the pay-in class? So we're gonna turn on the pay-in class. It is, oh, that's with the pay-in class, so maybe, do you want us to turn it off so you can see what it is before the sheriff's pay-in class? You tell me what you wanna see. We have the few scenarios, so
Do we understand what you're saying? Turn it
turn it
off?
off, like meaning take it out of the budget. So without the pay-in class and keeping the sheriff's budget at a normal inflation rate.
Yes, let's
Not with
see
the
that
pay-in class.
first.
So let's see that first.
And you realize that we can't see that, right?
Right.
Okay.
But you can, we're gonna bring you the cash carry forwards again. So we're at 25 and then 17, and then we have no cash carry forward in 2030. In 2031, we didn't add the numbers, so we probably should hide that column. All right, so that's where that is. We'll turn that back on. So we're down to 14. Did it work? Yeah, okay. All right, and then let's go ahead and we'll put in the entire 5-year capital plan because that was what was requested by the commissioners. And we only did the funded pieces. So, and this is just general fund. We're just looking at general fund. The road unfunded pieces would have been in the transportation, so that's not in here. And then that asset management program was not funded, so that is not in here. So when we add in the entire CIP, it goes down to $4 million for next year with the pay-in class. So we've added the pay-in class. And then we're just gonna throw in the homestead exemption for fun to show us where we're gonna be.
Madam Chair, I've got a quick question.
Sure, please.
Now, Tammy, these numbers are based on just carrying forward our total taxable value of real estate? No appreciation in value over the next couple of years?
Correct.
No additional commercial development? No additional
No,
residential
I think
development?
I think there is increase on this scenario for increase in value.
Okay.
6% is what they put in there. This page, I know you can't see it. I have it, I can print it and send it to you in a PDF where you can bring it on your screen. This shows all the percentages they used, and then it has their methodology.
So that's a 6% increase in existing?
Value, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and then we use those numbers, back those numbers into the current, where they're saying how much we're gonna lose this year, or the 27, 28 year, and we increase those numbers based on the increased value.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Barrick.
I got a question. Now, you're looking at just first, the residential property taxes on these. You're not looking at the business taxes or the new industrial. So like when the cement plant comes on, they're gonna start paying? And when we have all these businesses at 491 and 486?
Yes.
And that's not included in this?
There is a growth rate in there based on a 6% growth, which is actually a little high, in my opinion, compared to what we've been doing.
But is it 6% for the business, or?
It's just overall taxable value. There is no way to break it out in the model like this to do up and down.
Commissioner Barrick, I think you're asking if it's just residential they included. I think it's all taxes, so
Yeah,
residential,
that's what she's
commercial.
saying.
Yes. Tammy, she's asking if this is all, residential, commercial, all property
Yes,
taxes.
it's all, it's all. So when we put in the proposed legislation, go to the combined forecast. Oh, it was already on, so let's turn it off. Now we need to turn it. Why is it not? It's not carrying it forward. This is why this is a little difficult to show in a meeting and not in a workshop setting. is it?
Well, obviously, this model you're showing, this is what I would call the black hole model, right? So
Yes.
government keeps growing
Right.
if we keep money the same, which obviously,
Right. So, I mean, you're getting the point is that,
yes, government, that's, I think, what
Right.
everyone's been saying. Government
Right.
needs to run a little more efficiently. If we kept the millage the same,
Mm-hmm.
even with growth, but government just keeps growing and growing and growing, right, we won't have enough,
and so
obviously.
here's our surplus, if you can see that line there, that, did I do that? Did you? All right. So this is our excess of what we, with the carry forward, and then what we bring in, and then what is budgeted. And this is budgeted with projections. It's not what we literally have budgeted, because we're not in 28 or 29 or 30. But as you can see, with the tax reform, we're looking at a hefty deficit. And so basically, our cash carry forward will be burned through after that first year of legislation if we don't start making some drastic changes. So it's kind of the point of the presentation. But we can always come back, like I said, at a workshop or something with some, if you want to give us a list of scenarios, what if we did this? What if the sheriff phased in his budget? What if the constitutionals were held? You know, but we would need those ahead of time to put this in, because the first step, like we said, was we had to update the budget piece, and there was thousands and thousands of lines, and then we can start working on these initiatives to see where we're at. So it was just a little demonstration to show you how this model works and the things we can do with it. It was not to make any decisions, just a demonstration is all this was.
Have you all talked about, and another commissioner alluded to, like a 2-year budget, have you all talked about when you prepare the budget this year to simultaneously prepare a budget that would have that property tax exemption? Because, you know, costs will be similar, you'll have to adjust it, but so we can see what that looks like?
And that's kind of what this kind of does once we have we start getting our actual budget numbers down and we've balanced this year's budget, we can load that in to the 27 projected, and then we can show you, and then it'll base it off that.
I mean, I don't want to see a deficit, though. I would want to see what does that budget look like that we would be forecasting if this is approved in November?
Well, you'd have to give us the areas you want to reduce the budget by.
Well, I think staff's going to need to work with commissioners. So, you know, no commissioner up here can say this department's running efficiently, right. This department's not running efficiently. And I think, Mr. Howard, I know we've talked, you're already looking at some of those things. So some of that's just going to be an exercise in patience, right. And while we let the administrator do his job.
Yeah, we're doing some exercises as you speak, behind the scenes, kind of on 10%, 20%, 30%, looking at a variety of these.
Right. So we all have to, you know, every department's going to really have to take a hard look in the mirror, every constitutional, everything that goes into our budget, and really look at how can we run more efficiently without cutting those services to the taxpayers. And that's the goal of what we need to do. So, but we all have to work, staff, commissioners, constitutionals, we all have to work at that, so.
Thank you. Any
Madam
questions?
Chair?
Yes,
I
Commissioner.
think also what plays into this, and Alex referenced it up here a few minutes ago, was the bill that was passed by the legislature. In that bill, if the governor signs it, that dictates what can be paid out of ad valorem taxes. So that may make some of these budget cuts a bit easier, not any less painful, but if you can't pay for X out of ad valorem taxes, then that X budget goes away. That service that government is offering goes away. If the governor signs it. Am I saying that correctly?
Alex, so the last time I read it, which was yesterday, maybe you can send us all that updated because it kept changing, but how I read it, it was basically, and salaries and benefits and basically anything to run government. And I'm like, so we literally can pay for everything we're paying now. I mean, is that how you read it?
Yes, so that was the original language that Commissioner Kennard is referring to, had very stipulated things that the money that's left can be used for. The final version that the legislature passed basically added back in, there was a question about constitutional officers, whether they'd be covered. They added that back in. And then at the end of that sentence, it added basically saying anything that the governing board of the local government deems, approves.
Yeah, it's nothing. We can
Yeah,
still pay for
all right.
everything.
They
at the
basically
end of it.
negated the rest of the list.
All right, I didn't understand
Madam
that.
Chair,
Thank you.
while Alex is up there.
Alex, please, Commissioner Davis.
If this passes in November, what budget year, does it not take effect until the next budget year, not January 1st?
So to be January 1st, 2027 is when the 150,000 homestead exemption would apply, which would then kick in for that budget cycle. So the October of 2027.
Okay, but, so from January to when the trim notices go out, I mean, there's no rebating taxes for that period, correct?
When you say rebating, what do you mean?
Well, if we've already budgeted and billed through that fiscal year, we still have that money. There's no impact on our budget until
For that
October
fiscal year, we'll finish.
1st of
Yes,
27.
ma'am.
I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure.
It'll be prospectively for that following fiscal year.
It's a little bit of a nightmare scenario to have to redo it, so, and Tammy would quit. She would change careers.
Well, remember, because the taxes would have already been collected for 2026.
Right, the taxes
So,
would have
yeah,
been
it's just what they
levied.
start collecting for
So we're
27.
So if they had done, Commissioner Kennard, what you had said, like had restrictions, that would have had to start going into a special revenue fund. It couldn't be, general fund is everything that's not restricted. Sales tax, state revenue sharing, the communication tax, those all go into general fund because they are not restricted. And that's when somebody says, well, you're only collecting this much in revenue, taxes, but there's other funds that go into, or other revenue sources that go into our general fund that we put everything in there that's not restricted. So by legislation or, different things like that. So it's not just, we're still going to have those funds, but that's where we'll have to look at other alternate funding sources. What other funds can we bring in that aren't restricted that we can balance our budget? So I just wanted to clarify that if they put stipulations on the general fund ad valorem, it kind of defeats the purpose of general fund because general fund is not restricted. So that's why they had to change the legislation.
Any other questions for Ms. Wilson or Mr. Olt?
Madam Chair, I think it would be extremely beneficial and useful for the public for us to have a workshop and talk about budget before we get into setting budget. And, it always looks like fuzzy math with government math, but I think it would be extremely helpful for the public to see this broken out into 3 categories. One that's board-controlled expenses, and then constitutional officers, and state or federal state mandates. And so they kind of get a feel and see where their dollars are going and how they're being spent.
I don't know if a workshop would be appropriate, or maybe put that on our website and then, put that out there, because I don't know if people are going to come to hear that, but I think they would want to access that via the internet. If, I think some of it's going to be difficult right now while you're building a budget and then looking to try to build the next budget. But at some point, to your point, maybe not a workshop for that because that's information, but when we're ready to start looking not at this year's budget coming up, because we'll have the money, but the next, I would like to start hearing from citizens what's most important to you. Citizens out there have some great ideas, and maybe they have some ideas for government efficiency. Certainly they will tell us what's important. Public safety may be one, or libraries may be one. And I'm sure if it happens in November, I'm sure we'll want to do it sooner than later at that point. But, we'll have almost a whole year to figure that out at that point too.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think this
for
is my last,
all of your presentations
I think it's my
today.
last time up here, so thank you.
Commissioner Bays, we're on to you.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Howard, did you have anything else? Okay, Commissioner Bays.
Appreciate staff and everything. It's a lot of work going into that. And like a lot of you said, a lot of these are assumptions that we're looking at. And I wish I could buy an AI crystal ball. Thinking about marketing one of those, I could look at that and see what's going to predict. But it's challenging times ahead, most likely, but that creates opportunity at the same time. So we're going to roll up our sleeves and get to work. Staff's doing already a great job already. So we're going to take this head on.
Thank you. Commissioner Bays?
I worked with Administrator Howard here a little bit on this, but as I said at the last meeting, I thought it would be prudent to go ahead and implement a temporary hiring freeze. You know, one of the things in the past that's always happened is we had positions in different departments that you would fund, but they weren't filled. And actually, I got a report and looked at it; those don't exist. So everything, I want to applaud staff. I think they're doing a great job. They're not using that tactic to have those additional funds. So I guess my only, are you saying this is only going to go through October 1 of 2026 as the hiring freeze? And then as starting the new budget?
Yeah, I think we'd bring that forward. I'm just saying that time period because you're not going to get any new positions from me anyways. So I've already cut all those out. So that's not really, there's no fear with that. But I just put that as just a stopgap, and we'll bring forward during the budgeting. We can then, put up new things if you want those. But there are some positions which we talked about that we have to fill that are non-general fund. We're going to continue to look at that, look at positions that if they're vacant, do we need to have those? Can we do other things with them, cross-train? We're going to be looking at doing deeper dives in that. I just put that date on there just to get us to the end of this budgeting cycle. But behind the scenes, we've already, cut over $3 million before you even see it. We're already doing that. We're doing the hard lift, heavy lift already behind the scenes with general fund and other things. But we'll continue to do that.
And part of what prompted this was the leaving of our economic development director. And before we hire someone else for that position, that's a position that I think at this point in time that our administrator is fully capable of taking on that responsibility.
I've already signed the paperwork. So I'm already, with the clerk's office, they called, wanting about approvals. I've already signed it, so we're in good shape there. But we're going to continue to look at that and analyze. I do that every time we have a vacant position. That's something I would have done anyways, because you may need things differently with where you're at today, or you may not need it at all. There's certain times when you need things for what you're doing and where you're headed. So I'm all on board with, again, rolling up our sleeves, getting things done, making things happen together collectively, and we'll continue to do that.
Commissioner Barrick, you have a question?
I had something, I agree with Commissioner Bays. There needs to be a hiring freeze. And I think it should be through September 30 of 2027, because if the voters vote one way, we have to do something. If the voters vote another way, we don't know what's going to happen come November. And between now and whatever, we don't need to be spending anything extra. But the only ones I think we should allow for hired are if we have an enterprise.
Well, this was only for general fund.
And that's what I'm saying, and that's what I figured. It's just, the enterprise is separate because they pay for themselves. But the thing is, I really think we should do a hiring freeze through September 30 of 2027, and I agree with you. We don't need to hire anybody currently. And we do need to cut our budget, and so the budget people are supposedly working on it. And at this point, I think we need to have a motion to do that, to have a hiring freeze through September.
The new budget would be reflective of having a hiring freeze. So when you set the new budget, that means you're not adding any positions.
Well, I'd like it in writing. In other words, I'd like it to be written and stated. There will be a hiring freeze until September 30, 2027, because we actually need to know where we're at financially. And it's going to take us a little while to figure out what happens if the voters say yes or if the voters say no.
I think the point, if I may just help connect the bridge here, is that we have a set budget, so we're not going to approve any new hires. And then when people are leaving for one reason or another, if it's not mission critical, Mr. Howard's not going to replace that. So there will be no positions. There's not a motion advertised. It's been advertised as staff direction. I trust our administrator. At this point, we have a set budget. We probably can't determine what's mission critical or not right now. But yes, moving forward, there may have to be positions not filled. And certainly, we're not going to add any more.
Right. We're going to have a lot of decisions to make potentially after November. We'll look at all those, but we do have to have
you understand, like, we can't add any positions right now
I understand
anyway.
what you're saying.
The budget
I don't want anything. If somebody leaves, I don't want it filled right now. Any position.
Any position?
Any position. If it's person leaves, I don't want it filled. Okay, we've got enough to do at this point that I can't see us filling anything that is empty.
What if our county engineer leaves?
I asked how many people we had, and we have 867 employees, according to what I got in the email today. And of that, we have 415 vehicles. That's for every 2 employees, we have a vehicle. Something needs to change. And I think we need to put a halt on anybody being hired between now and October of 2027, so that this way, and whether he says it verbally or how he does it, and we don't put it in motion, but we need to do something serious. Because that's an awful lot of people and an awful lot of vehicles for this county. We're not a large county, we're a small county. We still have small county status. And we need to start addressing that this is a lot of people and a lot of vehicles for a small county.
So Commissioner Barrett, to your point though, so if the entire Office of Management and Budget retired or left, we can't hire anybody? Like, we can't do that.
I don't think
If
that
the entire Public Works Department goes away, we can't hire anybody?
No, Public Works has also got an enterprise section, and they can hire at the enterprise section.
And
So
Public
there's
Works
nothing
is not
stopping them from
enterprise.
bringing people in. Okay, the other departments have enterprise sections. Enterprise can do what they want, because we're not taking that money out of general funds.
Public Works is not enterprise.
They have a section of theirs that is.
Solid waste.
Not just solid waste,
Yeah, that's it.
so.
Well, I'm going to trust the administrator, and I understand what you're saying about the budget, so it looks like we're locked in with who we have, and then he'll make the decisions for the rest. Do you want to add anything else, Commissioner Bates?
No.
And it says staff direction. Does staff feel good? Other commissioners want to? Davis?
I'm good with what's been discussed
Thank
from that end of the
Commissioner Kennard?
guys.
No, I'm fine with what she's proposed.
We got direction.
Do you want to move on to your next item?
Yes, ma'am. The next agenda item is a discussion of the Wright Rudder Aviation litigation. Madam Chair, when I placed this item on the agenda, my objective was simple. I wanted to explore whether the continued litigation was in the best interest of the taxpayers. But since placing the item on the agenda, I have reviewed additional documents, including the county's notice of termination and the pleadings filed in court. Those documents raise several questions that I believe need to be answered before the board takes any action. So before we discuss where we go from here, I would like to discuss how we got here.
Okay, you have the floor.
My first question, can someone tell me when this board voted to terminate the Wright Rudder agreement?
These questions may have been given to staff ahead of time. Like, I can't remember. Can you remember?
That's what I'm asking. Did this board vote to terminate the Wright Rudder agreement?
Is Todd here?
Not that I'm aware of. I didn't know Carl would be here, but.
Carlton Hall Public Works. So whenever the provisions or requirements of the lease weren't met, we followed the lease documents. Notification was sent out to the leasee, and we got responses, but they did not fix or correct the errors. And at that point, as per the lease, the termination notice gets sent out. That termination letter was sent out, came back to the board just after, and it was ratified by the board.
What was the date where the board authorized the notice of the termination?
Wasn't authorized. It was ratified.
So in that case, there was action by this board to terminate the lease and execute the eviction.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Say again.
There was the letter by
Chris Wilson.
Chris Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know the date that we ratified that by board action?
I would have to look it up and go back and find it.
So what I had put on my agenda was to direct our attorney, Dale Scott, to end the litigation by offering that the county will dismiss its counterclaims in exchange for Wright Rudder dismissing its complaint. And I guess what I'm trying to understand here, if we had board approval to have a contract with them and we had an extension approved by the board and we have a termination issued by the county and we have litigation seeking eviction and ejectment, but we don't have a board vote authorizing termination and ejection.
That came after the letter was sent out, came to the board, and the board ratified that.
I remember voting. I thought it was your agenda item.
I don't remember. I couldn't find anything
It's there.
ratifying it.
It's there.
So then, based on that, if we actually have terminated that lease, how could we then direct staff to reinstate the lease if we have a terminated lease?
I'm very comfortable with the board discussing these things outside of a shade meeting, but I can't answer that question for you.
So this is, I mean, at this point, it's not about litigation, but it's about board authority and how their governance questions. How would you take action on the board, this agenda item, if we've terminated the lease?
I'm not sure if a lease that's been terminated could be reinstated. We would have to investigate that.
I think your agenda item says that it, for some reason, my computer has decided to not show me what's in it, but if you read your agenda item, I think the end of your agenda item says either reinstate the contract or continue with the contract as it was.
It says a relationship will continue pursuant to the existing lease and operating agreement under its natural term until August 2028.
Yeah, that's the only way you could, I mean, under what you all had proposed at the last meeting, that's the only way you can do it.
Would the board have to take legal action then to rescind the termination?
There are a lot of different ways that the board could handle this, but it's very difficult in this setting to explore those, and especially since your lawyer's not here. Exploring litigation tactics in the public is very concerning.
Commissioner Kennard?
Exploring them in shade meetings has proven unfruitful. We're over $60,000 into this litigation already. Commissioner Davis said something earlier about lighting tax dollars on fire. That's exactly what we're doing here. Another shade meeting is another fire.
Well, you know, I was thinking about it with coming up to this. I'm a little confused about what's happening here today. I guess Commissioner Bays is trying to figure out how to do this, but it was your agenda item last time to ratify that, I remember, and we voted to end the lease, so I get the question of that. We have spent all this money to the end of taking Wright Rudder out of the airport because they were supposed to leave, they didn't leave, and then all this mess started. So to your point, we spent all of this money, and in July is the new meeting, we could hear if all that money has been spent. The board, not unanimously, but I believe it was 4-1, decided to spend the money, we've had shade meetings, to get to the point of July. And realizing an attorney would have to be there in July, but that is a minuscule amount compared to the taxpayer dollars already spent. So why wouldn't we see if we could accomplish what we set out to accomplish in July? And then if all that money spent didn't accomplish that, then I understand the board saying, okay, you know, we got to this point, it's not working out, we need to talk about what we want to do from here. That makes sense to me. But spending all of this money to get to the point, and right before we're at the point to find out if it's been fruitful, to yank it all back, does not make sense to me, especially not fiscally. Commissioner Kennard.
We were assured at the last shade meeting that we would have greater direction after the May hearing. I said that at our last public meeting. We have no better direction at this point, but what we do have is mounting attorney bills. Listen, everybody loses in this deal. County loses, the taxpayers lose, Wright Rudder loses. The only people winning in this are the attorneys. It's got to stop. This is, you know, there is no guarantee that if we continue paying these legal bills through July, that we're going to have any greater direction, any greater clarity. The hearing, I guess the hearing or some hearing is scheduled for February of 2027. So we don't know that anything's going to be settled come July, other than that bill is going to continue to go higher.
Madam Attorney, the July meeting is specifically to see if the judge will say, yes, what we've asked, Wright Rudder, you have to leave, correct?
Right, it's the possession hearing, and there's also a motion for summary judgment.
So, to your point again, you say the attorney bills keep mounting. Well, like today, it's not like it's a continual mounting. We're going to have to pay again in July. And like I said, we've been paying. We've paid all of this. Would you not spend, you know, and it's over 60. So, and then the board wanted a different aviation attorney, which I believe I don't think I voted for that, to do all the paperwork to terminate because commissioners wanted that done and a different attorney. So we have all of this money literally to get to the point of July, to get to that point. That's why this just doesn't make sense to me. Again, it doesn't work out. That's what the board's been spending this money up into July. If it doesn't work out, I completely understand. Like, why go February? Why go whatever? But there's no way that I'm going to tell taxpayers, hey, the board wanted these people out and we ended the lease, and staff, I think commissioners drove staff to do that. And now that we're almost there to where we arrived because of this financial outlay that we've given, we're not going to spend, $5,000 more to cancel it. It just doesn't make any sense.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Bays.
What's really concerning to me is this started with the FAA attorney in December of '24. That was the first letter. Second letter was April 14th of 2025. The third letter was May 30th of 2025. The board had no knowledge of any of these actions during that entire time. And the eviction letter went out, and The board was never made aware of it, and we got it on June 23rd, 2025 is where I just found the ratification. So 6 months later is when this board was made aware that all of these proceedings had happened and got us into this situation where we're at today. That's what's concerning as well to me. And I don't know, my other concern is that when I put this on the agenda, if we have a terminated lease, I don't know, by the advice that I got, I don't know how we could reinstate a lease that's terminated. So I'm very concerned about the information that gets fed back to us, that it's not accurate.
So again, the money, so even if this board voted to terminate or to stop this lawsuit because of attorney fees, we're just going to now pay more attorney fees to figure out the lease. Because we said they weren't abiding by the lease agreement before, and we ended it. So if we try to get the same lease, they're not abiding by that. So now we're just going to pay more attorney fees. I don't know that we're saving any money. Commissioner Kennard?
I had actually forgotten about that. The first time that I saw the letter from that attorney was when Andy from Wright Rudder came into my office and said, I just received this. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I didn't know anything about it. So you're right, that there are things that took place long before this board knew anything about it. And look, I don't care if our attorney in this case was only gonna charge us $20 to get to July. I would still vote to kill this thing. It's a dumb lawsuit that we should have never been involved with. And at some point, you got to cut your losses. This is a loss for everybody involved.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis.
Everybody's waiting to hear from me since, the background. I most famously said to one of our senior staffers, if my family's company had done what Wright Rudder had done, I would fire them. I would terminate their contract. What has changed for me is that it is under new ownership, new majority ownership. I am aware of some fairly significant mistakes that the new owner has made. I have not been able to actually get to know him or talk with him because we are in litigation. So I am in favor of reinstating the contract to let him go through what was the original term, end of 28, I believe. And then I can actually sit down with him and, figure things out. But under that, I would say that gives him an opportunity to make the changes that he needs to make to become a true partner to the county and do a great job with Inverness. The issue also with going through with this and evicting is that puts us with one of our prime aviation assets, one of two, pardon the pun, rudderless. We would have to then, and I think that counties typically don't do a great job with hands-on running a county airport. I think it is always better in private hands if you get the right private hands. And so that's why I am in favor of what Commissioner Bays is trying to figure out how to go through this. I too am very concerned that we didn't hear about this until it came forward through Mr. Chan. And there were months that went by that the attorney, our aviation attorney, through our attorney did not keep us apprised of what's going on because that should have been a board action, not a board ratification.
Madam Chair, just one correction to what Commissioner Davis just said. I was also unaware of what the aviation attorney was doing. I didn't learn until Andy brought it to Commissioner Kennard, so just wanted to correct that in your statement.
Oh, and just for the record, my family has not owned that company for a long time in Crystal River, so I'm just going back. If they still owned it, I would fire them.
Yes, Commissioner Barrick.
Okay, I'm sitting here nice and quiet again because I want to see what everybody has to say. Okay, we have an attorney that was watching the lease at the airport. And the attorney did his job, didn't have to contact us because it didn't say he had to. He was doing his job. And he told them that they were in breach. He gave them a chance to fix it. They were still in breach. And then he brought it, I guess, to our attention. And as far as I can tell, we said, go ahead. And as far as I can tell, we voted to go ahead and let the attorney do what he was supposed to do. And at this point, if we have less than 60 days before we get an answer from the judge, it would be very, very wasteful of citizens' money. Not just tell me to burn it. It's not just burn it. It's wasteful.
Please don't yell at me.
Because we've put the money out, and I don't mean to yell at you, but I get passionate about this. You know, people say, oh, they're burning money. It's not burning money. It's wasteful. We took it upon ourselves to get the attorney, and it's a special attorney because it's an airport thing, and the attorney was doing their job. They sent the stuff out. Okay, did we tell the attorney that every time they send something out to the right letter, we have to be notified? Probably not. So he was doing his job, and as he's doing his job, okay, then we get to the next step, and he brings it to us at a certain point. We did what we should have, which was go after him and say goodbye, you know, we need you gone. And at this point, if we've got less than 60 days to get a really concrete answer, we've already spent the money. It's not going to cost that much more to get a true answer and get it done one way or the other and get it done legally. So when you say, you know, we need to stop this, I think we need to just let the attorney finish it out and go to court next month like it's scheduled.
Well, the attorney obviously didn't do this on his own. I mean, I remember there was people
He did it on his own, and we had to ratify it after the fact.
There was a lot of angst for that too, as I recall. We weren't happy about it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
to respond to what Commissioner Barrick just said, the attorney, yes, the attorney at the time could have routine communications and reporting back to the director here or to Todd, or bring it to the board and tell us this is what's going on. They've got these violations. They're not, you know, they're not curing them. They're not doing this. Those communications we expect to take place. But to send out a letter terminating the lease without coming to the board first, I had an issue with that in my private office talking to Andy. I thought this is out of line. It didn't come to the board. And that was the very first time I'd even heard about it. You know, let's say, what I keep hearing is let's get through July. Previously it was let's get through May. Now it's let's get through July. Again, more money, more money, more money to attorneys. And let's just say that if everything goes wonderfully in our favor, what we get to do then is put a small business out of the county. What a great celebration that'll be. Instead, I think a better avenue is find a way to live together through the end of this lease. Let's see how they do. You know, if we want to make a change at that point, we do. But either way, if we stop this thing today, we're saving the taxpayers money, and we've got a small business that's continuing to operate and grow within our community.
I can respect that from you because you've never changed. You haven't wavered. But, I mean, to bring all that up now, I remember it being ratified. I remember how this all went down. I think our vision's getting clouded, and I think other people are being thrown under the bus. I don't think this is right. I'll just leave it at that.
Madam Chair, I'm going to put a motion on the floor to direct our attorney, Dale Scott, to end the litigation by offering the county will dismiss its counterclaims in exchange for Wright Rudder dismissing its complaint.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Hi there, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name's Jay Hurley, and I will say after
Can you tell us where you're from?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
the record?
Oh, I got this paper too.
Thank you.
I live at 2996 Beetle Place, the metropolis of the villages. So we are the golf cart city of the world, I think. But I was just going to say, after sitting here for 4 hours, which your air conditioner works really well.
It's cold in here, isn't it?
I was a previous commissioner in Lake County for 8 years, and now I remember why I was happy to get out. I do not feel sorry for you. I am with Wright Rudder Aviation, and I had a little speech prepared, but based on the comments, I'm going to offset that just a little bit, if you don't mind, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions I may can. There's a lot of things that happened before the new ownership came, and the man who owns Wright Rudder Aviation now was an excited guy who just absolutely has a passion for aviation. He was working in a job that he had succeeded great with for 10 years after he came out of the military, was making over $300,000 a year, scraped, borrowed, and had the opportunity to buy Wright Rudder Aviation. And his passion for that originally was, going back 7 years ago, he had taken his license there. That's where he got his pilot's license. So his passion is unmatched of anybody I've seen in the business realm with something like that. He just truly loves it. So I got involved with it when he was purchasing Wright Rudder because of his passion, and he worked for me, ironically, before that. And I just knew his dedication, how his ethics were, and how he worked, and I felt where he would take the business, and he's obviously started doing that. When I came into the picture as a mentor and an advisor with him, I said, run. Don't go, stop, X, get out, back out, because I seen the issues between the county and Wright Rudder Aviation. But his passion for aviation and for the Inverness Airport and for doing this overcame that, and he wouldn't listen. So here we are today. Now he inherited a lawsuit that he never wanted. I do understand that to some extent in litigation, attorneys didn't want conversations to be had. So most of you have no idea, even though he's the owner of a company that has the FBO for your airport, you have no idea who he is, because I believe to this day, other than your attorney, Mr. Howard's the only one that we've actually met. And that was from litigation saying, please, do whatever. We would love to get to know you. We would love for you to see what we've done at your airport. When he came in there, it had 1 employee. It now has 14. You have 5 A&P mechanics. You have 5 instructors that have 9 airplanes. We now just took on a helicopter with helicopter instructions, trying to become a part of what you're producing out there with your new helicopter extension. That's going to be amazing, I think.
Thank you for your time.
Ma'am?
Thank you for your time.
Oh, that's it? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Can I answer any questions for you?
If the board has any?
I have none, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak on this agenda item?
How you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
I'd like to have my road repaved, I'd like to have my taxes reduced and all that good stuff while I'm up here. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Everything Jay said about
Can you
Zach-
state your name and your address for the record?
Yeah, Doug Doty. I live on Ottawa and Lecanto. Everything Jay said about Zach, I have to say too. So as a business owner, if you're looking for somebody to do a job, let's just say HVAC. He knows about HVAC. He knows, everybody knows a position about the job. Zach is enthusiastic about it. He knows it. It'd be hard to find somebody to work your airport and do what he does. In fact, you'd have to pay somebody to come in there. You might be able to find somebody to come in there, sit and do a job, but to know every avenue of it. I've asked people in county about avgas and 100 LL. What's the difference? They don't know, but yet you want them to work that airport. Avgas and 100 LL is the same. LL is low lead. They don't know that. It's kind of like asking podiatrists to do a heart surgery. I don't want them fueling my airplane. Zach knows these things. He's passionate about it. To me, it opens up to a lot of liability and exposure for the county for them to try to put somebody in there to do what he does and to do it that well. We talk about Zach and Wright Rudder. He is a new owner. There's been past commissioners that done things. That wasn't you. We have new commissioners that are here. Past commissioners don't count. Zach is a new owner. He's very enthusiastic. He loved what he does. In fact, his wife told me he sleeps with a stuffed airplane. He loves airplanes, right? Just kidding, Zach. But to find somebody to do that. So the other thing on the list here, because, you know, obviously comes out here, you got to speak quick. He owns the fuel trucks there. He fuels the jet helicopter for the medics. What would happen if Wright Rudder leaves tomorrow? We don't have fuel trucks. We don't have the budget for other things. The fuel trucks go with Zach. All these things go with Zach, Wright Rudder. You know, I think he's a valuable asset to the county. He does great things out there. I didn't know Zach before late last year. He was all over social media, doing a good job for the county. And he dresses well. You walk in the door, all of you pictures are up there, by the way. Every one of his pictures are in there. With everything going on, he still supports this county. I think that says a lot. You walk in, there's drinks, there's everything. We don't have that at other airports. We have two beautiful airports. I think we need to support them, and I don't think we need to throw him out of here. And from everything I'm hearing, you know, we talk about the one thing he didn't do is a Part 141. He did obtain a 141. He obtained that. And do we know the difference between a 141 and a 61 he has now? Do any of you know that? I know you do. The difference is what Zach has versus what you want him to continue to maintain. It doesn't say he had to maintain it, it said he had to get it. He had it. The difference is a 141, you can get a pilot's license in 35 hours. A 61, it takes 40 hours minimum. So we want pilots, people out flying over our heads with less education than what it requires, what he has there now.
Thank you,
I don't
Mr.
know that
Jody.
that's the answer.
Thank you
It'd
for
be
your
like
comments.
kids graduating high school in 10th grade. But thank you.
I appreciate you being here. Next speaker.
A little nervous, first time in front of commissioners. How you
It's
doing?
okay.
Mike Bennett, I'm currently residing over in Wesley Chapel, Florida. I actually run a flight school in the area. Work a lot with Crystal River, with Goody Davis over there. I'm not sure if you're related. Yes, Goody
Tom
just did a
Davis
check
was my
ride for us
father.
earlier on today. Anyway, I run a flight school down in Wesley Chapel called Casey Aero Academy. We've done really well. We've been very blessed with that. I met Zach about a month ago, and I've been following him on social media and all the things that he's been doing with the airport. I'm really impressed. I understand what happened with Wright Rudder Aviation. I looked into all the public records and everything else, and I understand there was a lot of back and forth and a lot of things that were significant. I know Zach is taking the airport in a new direction, in a direction that's more in line with what I believe what the county commission wanted. He strikes me as somebody who has really strong moral character, very straight shooter. And I would just like to see this resolved. As a pilot, I visited, sorry, nervous. I visited Inverness Airport many times. I come up here with my students quite often. As far as this online presence, it's really impressive. Like you see it growing. You see it actually kind of expanding. I've actually made the comment with him before in the past online. I'm like, we're the new generation. I've run this flight school, the flight school that I run right now. We made a name for ourselves in 2.5 years. We took it from $100,000 in revenue to 1.8 million projections for this year, $2.4 million in revenue. Him and I have been back and forth before, and I'm like, well, we're like the next generation. We're actually growing this up. We build a lot of like positive activity in the area. Adding in the helicopter stuff is really exciting, and I just hope we find a way to resolve this. He's put a lot into this, a lot of his own personal work into this and everything else. I also understand the other issues that have gone on in the past and would like to see that move on and see something really special happen here. Anyway, really super nervous, but anyway, thank you for your time.
I think you did just fine.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Anyone else? They keep looking at you. Are you the guy?
I am the guy. My name is Zach Purvis. I'm the owner of Wright Rudder Aviation at 4250 South Airport Road here in Inverness, Florida. Guys, I've been on this mission since I officially took over Wright Rudder in October. And to Doug's claim, yes, I do sleep with an airplane pillow, and I will continue to sleep with it. It's the only thing that's able to get me to bed at night with everything that we got going on. This has been a very stressful time for both me and my family. I've invested everything that I have into this business because it is my passion, and I want nothing but to be the best operator that you guys can have at that airport. And I can assure you that I am the best operator that you can and ever will have at that airport. I can promise you that. I can show you that. I understand that you all have a difficult job. I understand that you're never in a winning seat, ever. You're always going to be, if you say yes to one thing, you're going to have the next person right next to you saying that you did the wrong thing or made the wrong decision. I run into the same thing every single day. So with this decision that you've had, one, I want to thank you for bringing it up today. I want you to please consider it very heavily and to know that I want to be in your corner. I've done nothing but my best to support Citrus County, support general aviation, who doesn't have that much support in the meantime. And Ms. Davis, Commissioner Davis, I know you know that to be true. So that's my spiel. That's who I am. I want to be here with you guys, and I want to be the best operator you can have. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Sir, Mr. Purvis, if you wouldn't mind me being a little bit out of order, would you mind answering a question for me?
I'd be happy to.
They're saying that you are the owner, but I believe Mr. Chin's still an owner because he's the one representing Wright Rudder all the time, correctly? I mean,
He
is that correct?
initiated the lawsuit. I inherited the lawsuit. I don't want anything to do with the lawsuit. I want to run my business. That is it.
So the state of Florida sees which individuals as the owners of the business?
I am the sole owner of the business. I'm the primary owner of the business. The primary owner of the business, the prime equity member, however you want to call it, I own 85% of the business.
Okay.
Okay. So any other questions with that?
I don't think so. Board?
That was my question, so thank you for asking that. 85%?
85%.
Okay.
And if you need to know, that is also because of the way that we did the structuring of the sale of the business. So until their security is paid out completely, then it goes to 100% of mine. I have 100% operational control of everything that happens for Wright Rudder Aviation. Neither previous owner has any sole decision on anything that this company has to do to make.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, may I just clarify the one statement?
You cannot. I'm sorry. It's just the rules. It's not me. Next, is there another speaker?
Can I speak on behalf of my business?
No. I'm sorry. I know. When I start breaking the rules, people get real bent out of shape. So you can only speak one subject. You can come back up later at open to the public, though, and speak again. Ms. Duncan.
I just wanted to, thank you for bringing this matter up, because I think it was a couple meetings back I asked, if y'all would look into resolving it. I do hope that y'all do resolve this and give this gentleman a chance to continue with what he's been progressing through, especially when y'all didn't even know that this went to lawsuit, without your knowledge and so forth. So I agree. Let's resolve it. Let's get it done with, and let's carry on and move forward and let this man progress in this business that he has a heart to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public portion. Board, with more discussion, I have not met Mr. Purvis, and I would love for a new business owner to have a chance. I'm still going to vote against this motion, I think, because we're talking about money. It's going to cost us more money than if we just wait till July to untangle this web that's been created. What I would hope is if we went in July and they're out, I'm not sure how that works with Mr. Purvis and his business, but if he could come back with the business on his own, and then if he's doing a good job, reapply, because obviously we're going to need an airport operator. I think we had an issue with an individual. So that's where I stand.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick.
I also agree with the chair. I think the lawsuit needs to finish out and get done in July. But I would really love to see Zach come back under his own name, his own business, and apply for the position of running the airport like he says he's doing now. Because if everything is true and all this positives that everybody's saying, then I think you should do it not under Wright Rudder's name. Get that completely out, come back under you, and, you know, get it going the right way, and then come back to us. But I want to see the lawsuit finished.
I think I've got Kennard, then Davis.
I'll be very brief. It is absolutely ridiculous to think that we should continue on with a lawsuit so that we can be victorious in evicting them from the airport and then going, by the way, we really love you. We'd like for you to come back.
I think it's untangling. I think it's going to be costly, Commissioner Kennard, because we don't have a lease. We don't have anything. So now we're going to have to untangle that.
No.
And he's still in business with
No.
the person that everybody had a problem with.
No, not at all. You reinstate the lease that we had, as it says in the agenda. We go back to those terms. And quite frankly, I think it's unanimous here that I think we all believe that we can live very well together.
I didn't make that decision yet. I just said
You go
apply.
back to those terms. So I'll leave it at that. I've said enough. I am absolutely going to support this. Commissioner Bays, I thank you for bringing it forward.
Commissioner Davis.
This is transportation infrastructure. So we have, FDOT hires a paving company to go out there and repave the turnpike, all right? And they get into a scuffle and they say, no, we actually do love you and we want you to stay on the job, but we're going to fire you and then come back. It's even more disruptive to do that to a company that is running our airport and fueling airplanes. That means fueling stops the moment they have to leave and then come back. There is a big gap, and that shuts down transportation, air transportation in half of our county. It's incredibly disruptive for no reason whatsoever.
Can I ask a question to
Yes.
follow up since you are the aviator?
For those who don't know, I was raised at Crystal River Airport from age 11 on, so I worked at the airport.
I realized the problems that we had out there with Wright Rudder that kept appearing. But I relied on your expertise at the time. Commissioner Bays seemed to be out there all the time and really brought this issue forward, right? So you two are the ones that I feel like really drove this. And now you're changing your mind, but you're saying, it's crazy because if someone pulls out the fuel and everything. Nobody brought that up before. That wasn't an issue before. Both of you said how we could work it out before. None of this makes sense. That's why I said last meeting, you're coming out of left field for me.
Okay, so you want me to answer that then?
If you can.
Of course I can. Everything comes down to practicality. What the previous owner did, quite frankly, was obscene.
Current owner.
The prior owner, what he did to cause this rupture was very dangerously mismanage one of our assets. And by the way, it's a TSA level airport because it's got a 5,000-foot runway. You just don't mess around with this stuff. And the behaviors he did drove this entire thing. We now have a new owner that I have not been able to sit down with because of litigation. I have much more minor concerns about him that I think we can iron out if I can actually talk to him. And he has some advocates from people that I respect. Their judgment, I can't do my own judgment. Again, I haven't sat down with them. So it becomes a very practical thing. This is a whole different ballgame. We have a new owner in there. So,
well, technically we don't. It was Wright Rudder. It's still Wright Rudder.
But Wright Rudder is owned, that's semantics. Wright Rudder is owned by a new human.
And still, Mr. Chin, still the owner in there also. Whatever the percent may have changed, but he's still the owner.
But he's not actually managing the airport because you just heard from the new owner that he has 100% operational control. Okay, so, is he going to rent out the hangar space and have a party guest get drunk off their biscuits and drive around and smash county property? I would hope not. I would hope that lesson has been learned, and a few other things, okay, that has been done. So my feeling is, from a purely practical standpoint, we go forward, we give him a chance.
to do better, even better than he's doing now, and then potentially then get the lease renewed at the end of 28. So that's where I am with that. I had to spend a lot of time thinking about this because, like I said, there's a couple of concerns that I have that are reasonably significant. But I think it is not a, I don't think it's a bad person mistakes. I think they're mistakes that he just didn't know better because he's young and he's new as an FBO and flight school owner. And I got to tell you, it's a steep learning curve to do that job. And working with the federal government and all that other, all the regulations, it's a steep learning curve.
Thank you for answering my question. Commissioner Barrick, if you'll forgive me 1 minute, I want to ask our attorney, Madam Attorney, understanding that you are not the attorney for this, and I'm going to apologize to Mr. Purvis. I'm asking this only because I don't know you, and I'm protecting the county. Mr. Purvis says that he's 100% operational owner. I'm sure you're a man of your word. Please don't take this incorrectly. But for the protection of the county, how do we secure that? I mean, he's saying that, but
I don't know how we secure that. I guess we have to see, when staff interacts with them or.
If the owners switch out, I mean, we have somebody that the board wasn't happy with. He's still an owner, but not the operational owner, but they're switching it without any contractual language. Nothing else happened. So that's great if he's today, but what if he's not tomorrow?
The county had the lease, I guess maybe reinstating the lease with a corporation. And when you're dealing with a corporation, the individuals who make up that corporation you're not privy to that information because it's a private company, it's a private corporation. So, I mean, he's told you he's, 85% owner and 100% operational. I don't have any way of proving that because it's a private corporation. We don't look at their stocks and the things. But I mean, I don't know if anyone has seen anybody else out there, or I don't know, other than his word.
I'll show you my paperwork.
You have it with you?
Not with me, but I can definitely set a meeting, bring it to the next commission meeting, put it out in public, whatever you guys want to do.
I can't have you talking from this, but thank you for offering that. Well, I will say I'm a no if you want to pull your item and have him further. I mean, obviously it looks like you've got your votes, but that would be the only reason. But I would be willing to look over. And if it passes, no matter what, Mr. Purvis, I would obviously still want any information that you could provide, and then maybe we could sit down or something. Commissioner Barrick?
Okay. I'm not a business owner. That's a business owner, that's a business owner, that's a business owner. They know about corporations. When you buy and sell corporations, if a corporation has a lawsuit against it, you know that they have the lawsuit against you. So you bought into a corporation that had an open pending lawsuit. So when you say, well, I'm stuck. Okay, now, you say you own 85%. Okay, that's fine. You own 85%. The lawsuit is against the corporation, not you. So what I'm saying is, let us finish out the lawsuit, get it done. And then you don't have anything hanging over the corporation. Then we have you come back. Maybe you change your corporation name, maybe you don't. And then we say, okay, now we will look at and give a contract to run the airport to such and such. And we see that the corporation is, whoever it is. But the thing is, at this point, we have spent county dollars, citizens' dollars, and we are so close to either getting the county winning or you winning. And I don't care at this point who wins, okay? What I care about is the fact I would like to see it finished. We have too much invested as a county, and the people in this county deserve to have it finished. If that's gonna be done in less than 60 days, I'm sorry. I think you should at least wait till it's done, and I think the commissioners that are saying, don't wait, that's not right. That's not fair to you, where you could get everything cleaned up and start brand new. And I think that's what you should do, is start brand new. Get rid of the name, get rid of that, whatever. Just change the name. You could change the name of the corporation, because I know that's possible. But the thing is, I really cannot vote for this. And I hate to say that, because I really, in my heart, feel that the people in the county need to be given a chance. We spent the money on this county, and we need to take it to the end.
Well, to your point, Commissioner Barrick, I think that's, I want a successful airport, but to the point that you made of an owner willingly put that in to a business with an active lawsuit makes me very, very nervous. That's my holdup.
Madam
I
Chair?
want it to succeed.
If I might, if it adds any level of comfort, if he could come forward and verbally agree to, or possibly if he wants to draft something quickly and say he is willing to dismiss the lawsuit.
I'm sorry, you're wanting him to, in public right now, say he's
If
going
this is what he really wants, then he can dismiss the lawsuit.
I don't know that him saying that in public makes it legally binding.
Madam Attorney?
I think I mean, your motion is you'll dismiss your counterclaim if he dismisses his lawsuit. So you're publicly saying you're willing to do it. It might just go the way of helping things go quicker if he acknowledges that or something. I mean, it's public. Y'all are discussing things publicly.
I don't know if that moves the needle for me, but Commissioner Bays, as respect to you as a commissioner, if that's what you would like to request of somebody, that I would be, out of respect to you, I would allow it to happen. Hi, sir. This is very unusual. We need to get your mic on.
Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so what are you asking of me?
We are willing to dismiss our counterclaim in exchange for you dismissing the lawsuit. So if you're willing to stand here and say that you will dismiss the lawsuit.
That is 100% correct. I have no interest in a lawsuit with Citrus County or with anybody. I want to run a business. That's 100% my entire prerogative since I took over this business. To answer some of your questions that you said before, why would anybody in their right mind buy a business when they actively knew that it was in a lawsuit? You're 100% right. It's because I'm a risk taker and I have faith. And I had faith that this whole operation would be able to be fixed if the right person came in and was able to fix it. Every one of you have said, since we've been talking about this, that the previous, or all of the issues that you had or that the county had or that the previous owners did was in fact all the previous owner. It had nothing to do with me at all. I bought a business. I don't know if you're aware, but finding aviation real estate in the state of Florida is not an easy thing to do, right?
So you said previous owner, but he's still an owner.
He has no operational control over any business doing. He can't decide what color the toilet paper is in the bathroom. So I'm going to say it this way publicly because, like I said, I have nothing to hide, right? I did a seller finance deal whenever I bought the airport, or not bought the airport, bought the business from Right Rudder, from the previous owners, Andy and Charlie, okay? I put down a significant amount of money, and they have a lien on that business until their security is paid out. That's why they have that 15%, or the 15% in there. The 15%, just so you know, full transparency, is 5% is from my mother-in-law, who helped me with the down payment. The other 5% is Charlie, who is one of the previous owners. The other 5% is Andy, who is the other previous owner. As soon as their security is paid out, that 5% on all three of those parties, mother-in-law, Charlie and Andy, go to zero, and Zach Purvis, who I bought the name in Zach Purvis's name, owns 100% of the business. Up until then, I have full operational control over every single thing that happens at that airport through Right Rudder. So that's everything from flight school, from maintenance, from the fuel we sell, to daily operational anything, activity at that airport is done through me. I have not spoken to Charlie. I have not spoken to Andy at all, besides what is came specifically for this stuff because they initiated the lawsuit. I've said from the very get-go, I've sent every one of you emails when I first started trying to make that be known, so that is out there. And I know because of litigation that it was stopped. I wasn't allowed to talk to any of you, just like Commissioner Davis had said. And just like Commissioner Kennard said, the only people that's winning on any of this is the lawyers because they have endless money. And yeah, it may be 60 days, 90 days, 180 days, 2 years until this whole thing is officially resolved and we can see it till the end. The county has endless money. I don't. And it's drugged me out since the beginning of taking this. And what it's going to come down to is, say we, just like Commissioner Barrick said, if we get down to it in 60 days and you're right, we're right, we don't care who's right. Well, if I am right, I just spent over $100,000 to be right. How is that right? It's not.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Since we're already way off the rails with this whole thing, you coming up here, do you want a yes vote from me?
I would love a yes vote from you.
You told me that you would get paperwork, which I don't know that it's appropriate to me, maybe to Steve Howard, who could get it to all of us. I want to see the paperwork. If we say yes today and this goes through, you're going to send the paperwork and you're going to prove everything that you've said, and you're going to show that you have 100% operation control. Obviously, that's probably going to be also signed by Mr. Chan. I assume you have that somewhere. And if, you're going to say this publicly, if any of that doesn't line up to this doesn't happen then. This is null and void. So he's going to stand by his word and he's going to produce the paperwork and I will vote yes, and then you're going to go along swimmingly. Or if it doesn't shake out that that's exactly what it is, then this all becomes null and void.
Madam Chair, I got a question.
Does that work for you?
That works for me. I have nothing to hide.
We'll have to check base because she's the motion maker.
Okay. But I will provide, can I say something? I will provide anything that you guys need. I have absolutely nothing to hide. I've said that from the very beginning in all of my emails that I've sent to you, as well as videos that I've sent you, as well as showing everything that we've done at the airport. So I have nothing to hide. Any one of you are free to see me on social media, as everybody said out here. I'm not shy at all on anything. I'm 100% public on everything. Godfather of aviation leasing, right? Yeah. So, I have nothing to hide with that. I'm a full open book, and like I said, I want to continue to have that open dialogue and relationship with you guys because I'm not going anywhere. Like after this whole thing is said and done and we're there, I'm going to continue to be the best operator that you guys ever could have at the airport. We're going to have to work together here, guys. We're going to have to, and I want it to be on an amicable relationship. I don't have anything against any of you guys. Just like what Doug said, I have all of your pictures in our FBO sitting right there loud and proud. I don't have a problem with any of you guys. I know that it's a situation, and you guys don't know me, so I don't take any of this personal. This is just, it's business, it's government. I get it, and that's what I'm saying. I don't envy your seats whatsoever. But if there's any way that I can do to make it easier for you, at least from my side, talk about budgets, talk about anything like that. I don't want litigation. I don't want any of that. I just want to run a business, and I love airplanes, and that's all I want to do.
So Commissioner Bays, it's going to cost money for the attorney to undo this. So as part of the undoing, if that's where the board wants to go, you had the condition that they would have to drop the lawsuit if we did, right? So all that's going to have to be the attorney. We're paying the attorney to sign all the paperwork. I just want added to that as part of it is all the paperwork comes in. So maybe it's not Mr. Howard, maybe it's the attorney. The paperwork comes in and it shows that he's the owner of 85%. He's 100% the operational, do you say owner or manager? I want that as a condition.
Madam Chair?
1 second.
Okay. So, yes, I will give you the information showing that I have the full operational control. I'm obviously going to redact my own personal information, how much I paid for the business and all that stuff. That's my own personal stuff. But yeah, to show all the proof saying that I have full operational control of that airport and everything that I said is right, and the security interest in the 15% until the 85% and all of that, yes, 100%, I'll give that to you.
So none of this legally gets dropped until the county gets all of that paperwork, and it's just as you said?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if you guys are good with me, I'm good with you guys, and we can set this whole thing to be aside.
That sounds good. That would make me feel a lot better.
Okay.
Commissioner Barrick has been waiting patiently.
I wanted to ask the attorney, can he legally say that he will drop it or not at this point for the right runner? In other words, can he legally do that?
He says he has 100% operational control, so I would assume he has the ability to tell the lawyer to drop the lawsuit.
Okay, so can I add that the paperwork he turns into us is notarized?
It is notarized.
No, it'll be the lawyer, it'll be his lawyer
His lawyer? Okay.
dropping the lawsuit, and lawyers don't get their signatures notarized.
Okay. So if he does this, then I will vote for this.
He was not the one who gave the corporate representative deposition, but today he's saying that he has 100% operational control, so you have to take him at his word that he can tell the lawyer to drop the lawsuit, and we'll drop our lawsuit pursuant to your direction.
Commissioner Bays, are you willing to amend your motion to add all that?
To get consensus, full consensus of this board, I am willing to amend my motion.
I'll amend my second.
Well, I don't know that I could ask any more of you, so thank you. And like I said, we haven't met and we don't know, but it's been sticky for the last couple of years, and I feel like we're still in a little bit of a sticky part, but
I look forward to resolving it with all of you.
thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am. Going forward, who do I need to send? I guess somebody will get with me. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. The attorneys will be talking, I'm sure. Our attorney will get it to the airport attorney, I'm assuming, unless you handle that.
I have a sneaky suspicion that Mr. Scott is watching this movie.
This movie's right.
Yes.
This
Yes,
meeting.
ma'am.
So I'm sure that he's well aware of what's happening.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say movie.
Where's the popcorn?
Commissioner Barrick, did you have something?
No.
I thought you raised your finger.
If the attorney says that he can do this and he's willing to, the only thing I would add the papers have to be turned in to the attorney within 10 business days. In other words, I would add a reasonable amount of time.
Well, nothing can get dropped until he does this. So.
I
Call
think
the
he
vote,
believes
please.
speed is of the
Chair.
essence.
Okay, all those
Chair.
in favor? The clerk says wait.
I just want to verify the
Please.
condition that was added.
Okay.
Mr. Purvis will supply the paperwork reflecting 100% operational control for Wright Rudder Aviation, or the motion will be null and void.
And it also shows that he's 85% actual owner.
Okay.
Yeah. And you were right, and 100% operational control. Are we good? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Okay, Commissioner Davis.
Oh, where the heck did my agenda go? So I went to the Prosperity Summit by the Florida Chamber on Tuesday, along with Commissioner Bays, and that was impactful as always, but I want to focus for a couple of minutes on what I did this morning. I went to the Level 10 Juvenile Facility, Cypress Creek, to look at the job skills training program run by Dr. McCoy, and they brought in, the razor wire there is impressive, I just have to say, but I went to the very back of the facility in a little classroom, and it was probably about 10 to a dozen young men, and I was told to basically ask them questions, let them ask me questions, and that was the most incredibly powerful experience I've had in quite a while. I started off by saying, I told them, I said, I was born on second base, and they looked a little puzzled. I said, you know how baseball is, right? First base, second base, third base, home.
And I said, there's kids that are born not even knowing where the ball field is. And I said, my understanding is every one of you were born as a little innocent baby not knowing where the ball field was because of the circumstances in which you were born. And they are, one of the coolest things about what they're doing with this is that pretty much no kid in juvie has a GED or a high school diploma. And they have a really hard time getting them to sign up to get their GED. But once they have job skills training, I think it went up by, where's Joe? Joe Whittick somewhere in here. It went up by like 40%, 50%. It went up a lot, where these young men are actually joining, getting their GED because they can't get into the job skills training until they get their GED. And otherwise, they're just sitting in their cell for 6 hours a day, and they're getting into trouble. That's how they got in trouble in the first place, right? And that's how they ended up in a level 10 facility, which is the highest level of juvie. So these kids are graduating from this program with certification, coming out of juvie and starting at $22 an hour and up. And these are real trade careers. So I was blown away. Totally blown away by this. And you could tell some of them are really wanting this to work for them, and some of them were a little more laid back. But I got some really good questions, and I just wanted to share. It was a powerful story of redemption. I told them, I said, God believes in you, and I believe in you. So, thank you.
Fun fact, I think Commissioner Barrick used to teach out there. Yeah, and I used to teach some specialized relationship classes out there, yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Do you have anything else? Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, just two items of good news. I would think at this point, most everybody's heard about the redfish release that we're going to do out at Pirates Cove on Saturday, June 20th at 9 a.m. That's a great collaborative effort between the Duke Mariculture Center, Coastal Conservation Association, our TDC, and the Chamber of Commerce. The 100 slot-sized redfish that'll be released out there, each one of these redfish will be sponsored by a local individual or a local business, and the sponsorship for that is $100. That $100 will all go back to improvements at Pirates Cove Park. But then along with that, the sponsor will donate a minimum of a $50 gift, whatever that might be, a gift card to a local business or whatever. When an angler catches this tagged fish out there, they'll take a picture of it, clip the tag, and call the phone number on the tag. And when they call in, I believe it's going to Office's office, correct? They'll be informed of what their gift was they win for catching that fish. Like I said, it's a minimum of a $50 gift. My office is sponsoring a fish, and we've got a $50 gift card for Island Outpost. I think you could spend some time out at Island Outpost for $50 and have a great time out there. But anyway, this is going to happen that Saturday morning. There are still some fish available to be sponsored if anybody out there is interested, individuals or businesses. And I'm just super excited about it. Again, these aren't the 3 or 4 inch fingerling fish. These are slot size. These are keeper sized fish. Hopefully people will take a picture and release them again, but if they want to take them home, it's perfectly legal to do so. The last thing that I've got, or second thing I've got noted here, I was invited to attend a meeting with Andrew Owens, our new director of aquatics, to attend with a group of people, some of them from Duke, and some other folks from CCA, and then some other just local volunteers on this oyster restoration project. And what we learned was that over 50% of our local oysters have disappeared. These things provide great habitat for not only your inshore fisheries, your redfish, trout, flounders, things like that, but also juvenile groupers. It's a critical habitat for a juvenile grouper, which I had no idea about that. But anyway, CCA and Duke Energy have already been collecting oyster shells from restaurants, taking them out to the Mariculture Center, and then leaving them out there. They've got a cure for about 6 months before they can be bagged up or used for oyster restoration projects. So far, or to date, those oyster shells have all been going down to, or over to Mosquito Lagoon. What they have committed to, I believe it was 10 tons of oyster shells right out of the gate to get started here locally. But then now there's also been an agreement made. Actually, Steve Irwin from Barbecues met with Chase Palms from the new Huck's Oyster Bar, and they've got it worked out now where there's a trailer that's going to be parked out there. All of those oyster shells now will be picked up. They'll be taken out to Duke Mariculture Center again to cure. And actually, Andrew's got a whole different idea for using these things that actually produces a lot more oysters a lot faster than just bagging up the whole shells and stacking them out there. We heard earlier that he's already applied for a grant. He feels very good about that grant. And now with Duke and Coastal Conservation Association on board, we believe we're going to be able to generate, this will be a trial area. I don't know, it's an acre or half acre, something along those lines. But then once we can show the success there, that this project will be able to really take off and we can make some really sizable progress towards restoring our oysters.
Nice.
That's all the excitement I've got.
That's pretty exciting. Thank you. Commissioner Barrick.
Well, the only thing I have to say is I was very, very proud and very honored that I got to attend the fire department, the schooling for our firemen and the fire chief. They had a graduating class, and it was really, really nice to see all these young people that went to school at our fire academy, and now they're certified, and some of them are already out there working for fire departments. And I'm very, very proud of what our fire chief has accomplished with this school.
Nice, thank you. And thank you, Chief. Attorney Denise Diamond Lind.
I have nothing, thanks.
Okay. This will be our final open to the public. So if you would like to speak about an issue or something, you may come up. You have 3 minutes. Please remember to state your name and where you're from. Hello again. You need it? Yep. There you go.
Turned it on? Jay Hurley, 29996 Beetle Court. So the only thing I just wanted to clear up was a couple things. Number one, the hearing that we have coming up in July, if it would have went to that, if we lose, that did not stop the litigation, nor does that stop your financial burden. The lawsuits would be fully intact. The funds would still be being spent. You would still have the burden if we lost the ultimate thing, to hire 14 employees to take place of the ones that we have in the midst of a hiring freeze. So there's a lot of things that are going on. I think the one thing that I would really appreciate, though, the most is if your attorneys would communicate with you all, because this nonsense about Andy owning Right Rudder has been discussed in length with the attorney who did the contract of the sale to your attorney and the attorneys who filed the lawsuits to your attorney. We sat right back there in our depots, and I'm sorry, not depots, what do we call mediation? And that was all clarified. You guys have been told every which way we can explain it that Zach is the owner. So if your attorneys are not sharing that with you, and I know today you're trying to put some loopholes in it maybe, the offset, the facts are we want to work with you. And we'll prove however we can that we can do it. We've had a plane crash since we've been there. I mean, the kid is just working his butt off, really, really stepping up. And so we're here to learn, we're here to help, and we hope now that we can have a communication. Please feel free to call myself, call Zach, come to the airport, see what's his. I mean, I think you'll be blown away. I don't know when the last time you were there, but I think if you actually physically seen what we're doing, the amount of traffic that's out there, the things that are taking place, it's exciting. So if we can help out or answer any more questions, please feel free to give us a call. And if you don't know our numbers, send that email response back and we'll shoot it to you, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. I hope you and Mr. Purvis both and Mr. Doty agree that this is, I just needed some assurances, and hopefully we can all move forward in a positive way.
And that's what I'll say. I want you to have, it's just that it feels like
You had more
we
time
have
left with
discussed
Mr.
that
Purvis?
so much with your attorneys, and again, I'm reiterating for you to be clear, the attorney who did the sale between Andy and them was the legitimate attorney who told them Zach is the owner.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
he's the one that drew the contract up, and he's also the one who filed the lawsuit. So he'll be the one that'll be talking to you again, saying, we're gonna drop the lawsuit with the agreement between us. And that's way over my head. I don't do legal things. We tell him we wanna drop it, get with the Citrus County's attorneys, and you guys will draw it all up, and we'll all be happy and keep flying planes.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And helicopters.
Anyone else would like to speak?
Hello again.
Hello
I know
again.
y'all probably getting tired of me, but I just wanted to share,
State your name and where you're from.
I'm sorry, Tracy Duncan, LeCanto. I just wanted to ask one or all of y'all, from information that I discovered through media, so forth, but I did look up the documents and so forth, and to my understanding, it is legit. Walton County was able to put through a permanent no data referendum, or however you want to say that. I would honestly ask and request one or all of y'all to look into that. I know it was talked about at the last meeting about that we could not do a permanent moratorium, thank you. I'm horrible with words sometimes. But it was said that we could not do that. So I'm not understanding why one county can do it here in Florida and we can't. Is it an inter-county law that we need to change? If so, maybe request to have that law changed where we can put in that request. And also look in to see if that's honestly something we can do for our county to have it permanent, no data centers. The other thing is, I haven't heard anything as far as Whispering Pines where we're at with the RV park. Has that been approved or has it been denied? Or what is the situation with the RV park possibility in Whispering Pines? And last but not least, I still want to put a plug in for at least one evening meeting. I really think it would help our community to be able to respond more and be more of a closer net communication. But thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you. And I'll answer some of your questions as soon as I see if anyone else wants to speak. Anyone else for open to the public? I'm always okay when you walk up as long as I don't see a boom box in your hand.
Denise, please. Yeah, we love that. What happened? Joe Hicks from Beverly Hills. Good.
Do we need to stop his time? I'm not sure
Yes,
what's
and
going
Stephen,
on.
Denise also. I'm sorry, what?
I was asking Commissioner Kennard to stop your time because I didn't know what was going on with staff was
Yeah, I'm
interrupting you,
just-
so it's
hurting.
fine.
Okay.
I can remember 20 extra seconds.
That's all good. I'm not going to be that long. I just wanted to give you guys a little brief update. I haven't been up here in a couple of months. I've been working quietly in the background, as you know. So I want to give you an update on the ordinance work, which follows the moratorium work, whether it ends up like Walton, if they can get around their State Bill 180 issues up there, which would be great. But any way it goes, the ordinance is moving. So anyway, refinements on the ordinance does continue. My phone is ringing, probably from people in this room telling people to call me. All kinds of people, normal people and lawyer people and regulatory people, and it's really amazing. But anyway, I have received a lot of input on it regarding the version 6 that we gave you guys on May 13th. It's amazingly survivable. After June 18th, I'm going to release a VO7, which has the vibration paragraph in it that I never added because I didn't want to make confusion, and just a few tweaks like that. But at the end of the day, the core goals of that red line have not changed whatsoever. It's amazing. And also I've gotten industry feedback. My phone is just ringing with big industry. And they've taken the VO6 and they've reviewed it, and they've come back and they've said, this is really amazing. This is so stringent. But the number one thing they're talking to me about is that 35 dB at the lot line with a 3 dB variance above the pre-construction survey is like groundbreaking, earth-shattering. Nowhere in the U.S., nowhere, certainly in Florida. But the feedback, interestingly, has been that it's absolutely implementable. It's a cost issue to implement it, to which I said, oh, that's good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, I prepared two documents for you. One's going to be pretty popular and one's not. The first one is the item-by-item environmental summary of the red line, and it goes issue by issue. And the second one is industry view, which is very unpopular, but it tells you how key corporations, which I name in the top right corner, view these very, very stringent regulations and their positioning for it. Could I do this? Is it so stringent that industry couldn't come? And of course, the answers are there in the matrix. Thank you all for what you do. I know you have a tough day. See y'all later.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Hicks.
You bet.
Thank you for the information. Next speaker, please.
Todd Cloud, Homosassa, 8615 West Highland Street, to be exact. Now, I'm here for three things because Ms. Holly Davis actually brought something up that I'll comment on. But the first thing, I try to keep up on everything that goes on around here, but I'm going to talk about Andy. I'm going to talk about Corporal Andy Lahara. I personally would like to see County Road 491, LeCanto Highway, between 44 and Grover Cleveland, named in his honor. So if we could do that, that would be nice. I don't know if that's ever been brought up. I haven't heard anything on it, so hopefully it does. Secondly, the last two speakers, no data centers, period. And yes, Walton County has just passed it, where they can, and actually they're not the only one so far, so hopefully, we don't just get a moratorium, we get a stoppage of them, period. Thirdly, since Ms. Davis brought it up, Cypress Creek, those kids there, they actually do learn, which is actually good for a level 10 facility, but even more important to me than that, just 2 months ago, Pastor Doug Alexander baptized 70 of those individuals there. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Next speaker, please. Last chance for open to the public. Okay, I will close open to the public. Ms. Duncan, I want to point out that Whispering Pines, remember, whatever they're doing, that's City of Inverness. I don't know if you go to their meetings, but they would know about that. A couple people talked about the data centers. I have heard about Walton County. I'm looking into that. Want to talk to our attorney more about that. There's some things that personally wasn't really ready to share because I like to have all my facts straight, my ducks in a row, but likely before this board, or maybe staff will bring it forward, if a full moratorium would be challenged, maybe better to put in the LDC standards something like a 5 mile away from any residentially zoned property, commercial, parks, recreation, for hyperscale data center. The reason why I say I'm not fully prepared to talk all about that because you say a hyperscale data center, but what about the other larger ones? And then you can't say all because the definitions changed, and like a lot of businesses have a closet and it's a server room. So We want to be careful not to hurt small business and at the same time protect our community and the environment. So just throwing it all out there, I don't have it all worked out yet, but that's kind of something I'm working on and listening to experts as I feel that some other board members are doing the same thing. And that was why I brought up that moratorium, and I think that's why this whole board voted for it was we want the best language, and it's going to take a little time to get there. And an evening meeting, we'll have to see what the board wants to do with that. Like I said, it's been tried, it's failed in the past. I would need to know if we did that, what to do with, like, we have a 5:01 scheduled, it's 5:10. If we started at 6, when do we schedule that? Is it a different night? And they're already set on the schedule. So I don't know that may not even be able to be accomplished throughout the next several months or even this year until we start setting new board dates. But that would have to be a larger board discussion. Board, anything else from you? So I think everybody sitting up here right now is going to need a little break. You want 5 or 10 minute recess, board? What'll do it for us?
I'm ready to roll.
I'm taking a 5-minute recess. 5:15.
Yes, ma'am. You have up next is AA-2026-00001. And at the first we'll start off, have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Barrick.
No, ma'am.
No.
Can you shut the door? Commissioner Davis?
No.
Commissioner Kennard?
No.
Thank you. At the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas Map and the master plan for the Citrus Springs Unit 20 on approximately 0.3 acres from planned development residential multifamily designation to planned development residential duplex designation, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant is here for their presentation.
Are you the applicant? Welcome and thank you for your patience.
You're welcome. My name is Adriano Almeida. I come and represent the company First Kingdom, and I'm one of the partners on that company. And the reason why we asking to change the zoning is because this land is a 0.31 acres, and according to the law, on a 0.31 acres, you cannot build in a multifamily. Also, it has to be half an acre or above. And also next to, very close on the same street, it has multiple duplexes on building on the, I don't know if it's a multifamily area or duplexes area, but same situation. There's small land. We won't be able to do anything if it's it considers as a multifamily, and duplex is, that's. I submitted the application and I got surprised why they deny on the end, and we got approved all the way to the end until we figured that out that's a multifamily zone, and we asking the consideration to switch over to duplex. That's it.
Thank you. Board, do you have any questions for the applicant? No. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi. I was looking for Ms. Katu. That's not her.
No, it's Jen. Good evening. Jen Perkins, Senior Planner for Land Development Division. This Atlas amendment is requesting an amendment to the Land Development Code Atlas Map and the Citrus Springs Unit 20 Master Plan. The applicant wants to redesignate Lot 12 from multifamily to duplex. It is approximately 0.3 acres and it is vacant. Because Citrus Springs has both multifamily and duplex lots, only one duplex can be developed on a duplex lot and a single duplex cannot be placed on a multifamily lot. Lots 1 and 9, however, are both designated multifamily, and single duplex permits were approved in error on both of those lots. Last year, an approved Atlas amendment redesignated Lot 10 from multifamily to duplex. This area of Unit 20 is a mixture of multifamily and duplex lots, and the subject property abuts duplex lots to the side. The site plan indicates that the duplex as proposed can meet setbacks, and it appears that it can meet impervious surface ratio standards. Placing a duplex on this lot would appear to be compatible with the surrounding area. Thank you.
Board, do you have any questions for the county?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I would like to open it now up to the public. Anybody? Well, I know you got something to say. Turn around and look at the guy behind.
Tracy Duncan, LaCanto. I just wanted to share I'm all about reducing the numbers, so going from a multifamily to a duplex, I think is a plus. So I hope you consider it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else open to the public? Okay, I'll be closing that. Commissioner Barrick?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve AA 2026-00001 with the conditions that were the approval with the conditions that the PDC came up with. And I'd also like to make a statement. This is my area. This is Citrus Springs. And it fits right where you wanted to put. A duplex in that section is very, very nice. So that's why I'm 100% for this.
Based on competent and substantial evidence, I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Davis. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Chair,
Yes?
can I get adjourned, please?
Yes, it's 5:25 and It's 5:25 and this meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.
I'm afraid I was just